All right, we party. Wow, how's it going, everybody on the YouTube side? How you doing, Sam? How you doing, Lotta? How you doing, 14? Yeah, you are early this time. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. And let me say hello to all the nice Twitch people. How you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Nanora? How you doing, Moss? How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing, Nobot? You are dangerously close to making me go outside, which is terrifying because I will no longer be able to rip my own grass. We'll find out. We'll find out. Also, how you doing, Adam? How you doing? How you doing? I will explain. We'll be painting in a sec. I'm doing relatively all right. It's been a real roller coaster of a weekend for sure. And how you doing, Black Roses? Thank you. Thank you for your sub. And how you doing, Steve? Welcome, 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 welcome. Also, how you? Thank you for the sub. Nobody. Holy shit, 55 months. Damn. Wow, 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 wow. But yeah, as I feel like there's probably some other subs I might have missed. If I missed your, I can check the thingy. I can check the thingy. Thank you, Black Roses. Thank you, Nobody. I think we good. The green is coming for me. It really is. Also, I do think that every song, like most of the songs in the Mouth album's really, really good. Just because Neil Cicierega is just good at making music. He just happens to make them really, really jank. So, for people, yeah, as a couple of people mentioned, so this will be the last stream ever. No, I understand the VTuber graduation culture is a whole weird thing, but like that would be such like a horrible thing to do. Now I'm gonna be doing my move. Ideally, it will take me 1 week, and then maybe like. Realistically, I'm assuming that the Great Awakening is going to take probably 2 weeks, maybe more, maybe less. I'm just going to throw out a really rough number because I don't fucking know. We'll find out. We'll find out. I've actually like so things that happened this weekend. One, my wallet it die. Thank you forever. So I'm fine. So basically what happened is I went to take my car to the inspection place and they're like, oh, your drive belt needs replaced. And I was like, oh, goody. This is going to be fun. Like, it's going to be like $150. Like, oh, that's sucks, but it's not too bad. And so I was like, okay, so I took it in the next day and they're like, haha, JK, it also turns out that your tensioner needs replaced. I'm like, how much is that going to cost together? $639. Like, oh, that was, significantly less great. Luckily, I'm fine. I did a big magic card sale before the what's it called? Before the move, because I was like, I might need some petty cash, and turns out that was correct. That was absolutely correct. But luckily, payday happened like the day after, so it's not like I was like totally fucked. But oof, you had pork with it, right? Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Works on. I haven't had pork in a hot minute. So that's been a thing. Yesterday was a big move. I actually got like my TV and like my it's funny, I forgot that I left my PS4 controller here because I use that for streams occasionally. For like, for like PlayStation games that I stream. So I hooked up my PS3 and I watched some videos on it, which is funny just because like even now PS3 have no game. I do think the PS3 redeemed itself with the whole has no game. If anything, I think PS5 deserves that, So like it's also thank you for giving a sub to not a professor. Thank you. Yeah, there are Persona. Actually, I will say as somebody who used to play a lot more JRPGs, the PS3 has like quite a bit more. Well, thank you. So like I'm in a weird spot financially speaking where like I had some backup savings and then life. So like this isn't like a pity thing. I'm just saying more like I also sometimes do just periodically purge my magic collection. So like, I was like, well, I'll maybe do that just because I might need some like extra funds for like getting some rigging stuff done for the new outfit and whatnot. So it's not a big deal. I appreciate the help everyone gives and stuff like that, but this is I don't know. I feel bad asking for things ever, so don't ever feel pressured a million billion years. But yeah, it also probably didn't help that after I did some moving, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go see a movie. I haven't seen a movie in a while. So like I thought that'd be fun. Yeah, it was like one of those things that like I am in the grand scheme of things, I would much rather the mechanic catch that like when it's at their shop, as opposed to when my starter died where I had to get it towed. And that's, you know, because like that's one of those things where it's like technically getting a part replaced, like there is like, you know, goods and services exchange for like, well, I trade money for a thing, but towing's always like, well, I give you money and I get my car to move into a location where you can extract further money from me. It's just kind of inherently a bummer. Oh, I should just explain why I'm painting. So I didn't want to start anything super big tonight. I had these Possessed kicking around my desk. How's them? These are the two like Greater Possessed from one of the old kits, and then these are just some dorks that I just kind of kit bashed together. This is very much the style of making Chaos Possessed, where you take a bunch of stuff you got lying around, putting it together. But yeah, I did go to see a movie, and I'm vaguely aware that movies are inherently kind of an expensive ripoff. But I was told that I needed to see Project Hail Mary in IMAX. That's like, it was an experience. I think the movie was good, and I'm sure IMAX made it a lot better. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I could 100% be like, you need to see that movie in IMAX. But I did enjoy it though. I did enjoy it. But dear God, fucking the price of a medium drink was obscene. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a medium drink and a medium popcorn because I'm at the theaters. I'm gonna get me a snack, and oh dear God, together they were more expensive than the movie. What the fuck? How you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing? So yeah, that was it was really fun. It was a really good movie. I kind of forgot that the guy who wrote that was the same guy who did The Martian, which I actually read a couple years back and remember liking. The protagonists are very similar. I'm not gonna say they're like one-to-one, but they're kind of that like quirky, like you know, kind of like duct tape problem solver kind of things. Even though the guy in the movie is more like a biologist sort of dude. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And today I got sick. not from the theater, I don't think. It was at the guild. There's something going around, and I think I finally caught it. So if you're like, Hal, you sound slightly different. I have a little bit of a scratchy throat, and like on one hand I could have rested, but on the other hand, if I could not have gotten my last stream before the big move, I would go crazy. So it's fine. I wanted to do my little paints and get everything together. So yeah, it's been a bit. It's definitely been a lot of things over these last couple of weeks. To get Grandpa good. I'm just taking a drink, Roman. But yeah, overall, because like part of me is thinking that the move actually might not be too bad. I have been doing what's effectively kind of like a slow move. Like every couple days, I'll bring over like a couple carloads of things, and I've emptied a lot of rooms. The big move is when I'm gonna like actually bring over like my PC and like my desks and like my big furniture. It's also kind of funny that like I very much live that like bachelor lifestyle. This is gonna surprise absolutely no one. But it's funny how much stuff I'm just looking around like, oh, I've had this like I've had some things still kicking around from college. I haven't been in college in a hot minute. But I mean, it's like a laundry hamper doesn't need to be replaced if it's not broken. I don't know. Maybe I'm not rocking the most stylish laundry hamper, but also I don't know what a stylish laundry hamper really looks like. So I'm just like, oh man, I've had this forever. I've had this. It's kind of like a weird, like I'm a very nostalgic person, especially as of late. But I've been like, oh man, the nostalgia, like in this part of the move has been kind of crazy. I guess that's true. Okay, mine doesn't have wheels. I will say mine doesn't have wheels. I was like, okay, you know what's gonna be fun to do the very last stream I do before my big move? Something with just like a boatload of trim. That thing I love to paint. I love painting trim. It's so fun. I as a little treat to myself, I decided to give myself a model that has so much trim. I think that sounds right. I mean, it's also like one of those things that like I am very much a function over form guy in like 90% of things. Like so for me, it's like, well, this is a bucket that holds dirty clothes. Well, it's not a bucket, but like, you know, it's a hamper. It's a funky basket that holds a lot of clothes. Chipathesius type. Oh, 100%, yeah. Like the one thing is like I've had like a futon couch kicking around forever. I'm not really a couch guy anymore, so like I don't like I understand the appeal of getting on your cozy couch and watching a movie, but I typically stay on the desk that I'm at right now. To watch movies and stuff, just because like I do have a nice chair. I do have a nice chair, which I got from the guild, which has been great. So like I'm more inclined for that. But it's like, oh, you know, I haven't got rid of that thing for fucking ever. Mesh back in. Oh, that sounds pretty legit. I'm very stoked now that I got like built into the like I've this is like the first time I've gotten to like really like quote unquote live in the place that I've been in. Like, you know, I've been moving stuff and I've been chilling. But actually just kind of like sitting down and watching some, out of all my shit, I was like, what do I want to watch? Do I want to watch like some anime or do I want to watch like a movie? And I ended up putting on Blue Earth 2, which I don't remember why I picked that up, but you know, underwater stuff is really cool. I know a lot of people are scared of the ocean deep, and I think it's just because of the way my brain is wired. Like we're a lot like, you know, that like a lot of people treat Subnautica like it's turbo hell. And I understand, but like I enjoy gross fucks, and B, like I just think that like fish are cool. So it's just like, how you doing, Ray? How you doing? So like whenever I see like cool spooky ocean stuff or like Subnautica, I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. Hell yeah, it's the best. But yeah, it was. I got to watch that a little bit. I was like, oh, that's nice. Get a little bit of David Attenborough just telling me about fish that'll like take a clam and just beat it against the side of a rock to break it. And they're like, yeah, no, some fish can use tools, which is actually kind of like crazy considering that like most of my life it's like, you know, fish are fucking stupid, and they are. I think saying fish are fucking stupid isn't like a big surprise to anyone, but like. The fact that one could use tools is actually like, oh, that's like a cool thing. Oh yeah, didn't Crafton do a bunch of weird, like, I forget if they did one of those kind of like, quote unquote, classic moves of like firing all the staff and a bunch of other bullshit. I just kind of assumed that like, I don't know. Like sometimes I wonder if like the fact that like I've been like pining for older day weirdness and whatnot, that like it's like, oh yeah, like the way things used to be, and it's like, oh yeah, no. But then you compare the way things are now, it's like, oh god, everything's fucked. So bad. Oh, these aren't so these are not specific, these are just kind of generic possessed. I'm probably gonna use them more for like, you know, Chaos Space Marines kind of dealio. So they're like well, I mean, it depends. It depends on like how, like, on one hand, if you're like, okay, this fish, because like I will say there was compelling evidence. The fish went somewhere, grabbed the clam. I also like this little documentary, the like Blue Earth 2, has a lot of fish with teeth. Which you'd think would be like a horrible thing. They got like little snaggle dog teeth. Like, you know, when you look at the front of your dog's mouth, there's kind of like a couple goofy little teeth. They don't quite line up correctly because, you know, that dog isn't wearing braces. I'm sure some people have done that. I don't know how that's gonna work. But like, I will say that the fish was straight up like, it grabbed the clam, it swam to a very specific location with a very specific soft rock, like sharp rock. And then, like, you could look at the bottom of the thing, of like the little, like, it's basically like a little alcove, like a little kind of like rock bowl in the middle of the ocean that this fish kept going to. And you could just see just like heaps and heaps and heaps of just broken clamshells. I was like, no, this thing has been doing that for a while. Now, if you want to classify like, oh no, sharp rock isn't a tool, but like, at the end of the day, it is a creature without hands, so like, you know, you gotta cut it a little bit of slack. How are you doing for giving Neanderthal? Yeah. I love my word bearers boys, and also just possessed are fun because like I don't think like the regular possessed kits are cool. Don't get me wrong, but like if you got just like random spare, just stupid pieces all over your desk, you could just make all kinds of shit. Forcefully took over. Oh god, I forgot that I heard about that. I forgot it was them. Jesus Christ. How you doing, Utah? How you doing, Kelly? How you doing? This is not a Nurgle, no. Though I did use some, like, Nurgle bits in this guy. This guy has some... I believe the parts are from Poxwalkers, just to kind of make this, like, big mutated arm. Like, these guys were very much, like, this guy was a legit one that was sort of, like, made to be this way. The other guys are just piles of just, like... It's really fun to take minis that are just on your desk. Or just like wherever your workshop and just kind of like, okay, these are my little scrap lads, you know? Just kind of mush them together. But yeah, it was that, and like that was nice. It was nice. I kind of wish I could I kind of want to talk more about Project Hail Mary, but I also feel like kind of the movie I don't know, like I kind of went into the movie mostly blind. Like I was aware that Rocky was a thing. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Okay, I kind of assumed that was going to be like a different sort of like, kind of like a more traditional Alien scenario. Once again, I don't want to explain too much about the movie, but that was really fun. Apparently, straight up, somebody like people from the design, like somebody officially released a STL of Rocky that you can just print. I think it was based on like a model that they used as like a, you know, basically they'd make like a clay model or something like that, and then be like, okay, we're gonna digitize this, and that's gonna be his actual model. And I was like, that's really fucking cool to do. Yes, Volcano. Oh, okay. That's honestly good. Honestly good. This is what I'm talking about, though. It's like, God, I hate the modern game industry. I hate the way business is done. I feel genuine wrath in my jelly heart over a lot of things, and that's kind of why I'm just like, oh no, it's like, mind you, not that things were 100% good in the ye olden days, but I just kind of think about just like older game companies, and I'm like, wow, you didn't have someone trying to like chat GPT how to rip off employee, which is fantastically stupid. Holy shit. Yeah, no, it's can I see the kit bashes? Like these guys? Yeah, so this guy is, I mean, they're all gonna go to the same place. So this guy's like a really old Chaos Space Marine with some, I believe these are 3D printed bits. The backpack has a 3D printed hand, and otherwise, because like this is, I ended up using this guy's like torso and some other things for some other kit bashes. And then this guy is a similar thing. This guy's got like an orc arm, a 3D printed shoulder, 3D printed backpack. The arm is a like just gigantic jumble of other bits. Mostly plague bear. Poxwalkers, goddamn. Mostly Poxwalkers. Yeah, it is nice. Like I have like a decent sized collection. I actually don't really buy games anymore. Okay, that's not true. I don't really buy video games anymore. Like physicals. I don't really buy physical video games anymore. I will say Steam has definitely got me there. But like, I have so many, just like, it does feel nice lining up my, what's it called? It feels really, really nice lining up all my old games on like a shelf. I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is cool. This is cool. I don't know if I'm ever going to get the Mutilators kit. I'm in a weird spot with buying new models where it's like I have a bunch of projects that I need to do before I go like super balls deep into like maybe something like that, or like the new Defiler or whatever. Oh, let's go. I will say, like, even though I don't actively watch Charlie, it does seem like generally whenever he has like a take on something, it does do some good. So yippee, let's go. I'm kind of what I think I want to really do once again is like use this move as like a big what's it called? Big sort of like inventory thing for all the shit I've been working on. So we'll see how that goes. Slightly bigger brush. I'm gonna get his thing all metal. Oh, so the Saturnine, I do want to do something with the Saturnine. I'm saving those for the Faceless Anointed Conclave. It's basically like the Word Bearer specific one. And I am going to like I want to print some demons to have them come out of that. So the tricky thing is that like, I want to do that project still. I've basically been wanting to do that project for like probably like a year now at this point. Horus Heresy models are fucked up. They're like, maybe this is a modern Games Workshop model thing. Like, look at some like Horus Heresy sprues if you haven't in a while. They are like, each leg is like 5 pieces. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, okay, so they were released in like the very first like journal thing they did for Horus Heresy. basically they do a thing that like if they make a save from like an armor save or something like that, they do like a big fucked up demon pulse thing. So like you actually don't want to lead them with anyone. You basically want to deep strike them and have them soak up hits as much as possible, so they just detonate a whole bunch and just fuck up on your enemies. Which is pretty cool. It is metal as shit. Yeah, it's mostly a heresy thing, and then like all of the word bearers cool heresy stuff, it just doesn't translate to modern 40k. Oh, these are so technically I have my Emperor's Children themed Splinter warband. I also just have like a bunch of just vanilla word bearers that I don't have like any real lore for. But that's fun, you know. Sometimes it's fun just to paint word bearers just for the sake of painting word bearers. I do love me Sons of Lorgar, simple as. Funny thing is, I actually did already make me some Gal Vorback with I took the very old Chaos Possessed kit, like the older plastic one, and I kit bashed those with some Mark 6s, and they actually turned out pretty legit. They were very like, so like there was a time when I was using very specific enamels that were kind of glossy, and I think I leaned into that a bit too hard. They're kind of shinier than I would like, but it's not too bad. They're not too bad. God, so much of this stream is just gonna be me painting trim. It's fine. So yeah, I would like to, you know, the nice thing about this is that like you could basically probably still run Modern Possessed as Gal Vorback. You just have to avoid the ones that have like they're actively like stepping on like a Primaris dude or whatever. How are you doing, Instances? How you doing? I am currently working on some Possessed because I have them. You know, well, it's just like I was like, I don't know how deep I want to get into a new project. And like, actually, I was looking potentially maybe at like these couple fucks. They're actually like pretty close to being done. There's like a couple little little touches. Like I want to redo. I need to do some goo just because like the baking soda kind of like dried into it a bit weird. These guys are basically done, but I don't know. I might even work on them on there. I might even work on the stream a little bit if I'm feeling it. You know, this is nominally painting Possessed, but also this is like, I'll do what I want. It's fine. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? It's like the same thing that like new Chaos Warriors will still work in older like games, but of like fantasy, but sometimes one will just have a Stormcast head just kicking around and you got to deal with it. Oh, you are really close to the big 3. Oh, you did get the big 300. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Let's go. You're really close to the 420. Yeah, move till all the trim is done. I also think too that like the more trim I get done, the more likely I am to actually get these guys finished. So that'll be fine. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Though speaking about like fantasy stuff, I have my old Everblight models, and I've been like thinking about what to do for them because like Everblight kind of exists in like you could play it in War Machine, but it's effectively like a dead faction. Like it's never going to get new models, and like you know that like the faction was like it's kind of funny. Like it. I have to imagine that's what like a lot of people felt during the end times. But like specifically like Everblight named characters were like not only killed, some of them were converted into like robo dragons, and it feels super bad. But I said, enjoy your lurk, yo. So I was like, well, maybe I just need to convert them to like an OPR army. And I was like, well, they could maybe. I was at prom and I got thirsty, so I grabbed a drink. Luckily, there was no punchline. Hey, that was kind of fun. Maybe I'm biased though, because I'm in a very weird nerd position where I have gone to prom twice. I went to prom both as a sophomore and as a senior, which is abnormal. But like I had a fun time both times. One of them was basically just kind of going with like a senior friend of mine, and like it wasn't like really like a date thing. Mostly we just went to get milkshakes and she just played the whole Rocky Horror soundtrack, like pretty much on loop while we hung out, and then we went to prom. So that was an experience. How's you doing, Kobe? How you doing? You're not wrong, but I I casually did a big browse of all my stuff. Like I stopped being subscribed to OPR, but like I have a decent amount of the STLs. How you doing, Big Baka Ham? How you doing? How you doing? And I was looking, I was like, well, these could kind of work for the Dark Elves. Like, you know, I could kind of do like a Dark Elf thing. But I was like, oh, wait a minute. I think I got a better fit. I think I actually got a better fit. I think I would have much rather the PC even back then. I'm not gonna lie. I would have rather that. No, Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Disc. I never learned what grade the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Disc guy was in. I don't want to be mean, but I think he was special needs. So, like, I don't know exactly, like, where he fit into the class structure. For context, I remember my high school had a Magic Club, and there's this guy that just showed up with a Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Disc to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It was very strange. But I was reminded about the Shadow Stalkers. And I was like, wait a minute. These guys basically have like very similar Legion aesthetics. I mean, they definitely have their own. I'm not, because this isn't like a ripoff thing. But like they got like the eyeless kind of like beast with draconic elements. I'm like, oh shit, I can make that work actually. I could totally make that work. You also like remove some. I don't need a Tor on here. There we go. So yeah, it's like it's like, oh shit, okay. So like that might be a thing. Blood Bowl potential. Blood Bowl potential, not that. Switch to Highland. Wait, Highland? Like the model manufacturer? Probably. Oh yeah, that's also a thing too. A lot of the OPR style I'm not super big on, weirdly enough. Like I was never like I have all their Skaven equivalent models, but like I get that they were trying to go for less like filthy, grody Skaven and more kind of like a happy Redwall sort of deal. But I'm not gonna lie, I like the filth and backstabbing and weirdness and grossness. So like for me, they just never did much. I think their entire Shadow Stalker line is pretty cool though. I do think their Shadow Stalker line is pretty cool. So I'm gonna maybe see. I don't know. I have too many projects, and I also am guilty of that thing where it's like if I talk about a project, my brain is like, "You did it! You completed the project. Here's the serotonin." I'm like, "Wait, no, not yet. You can't give me that serotonin yet. I'm not done, buddy. I'm not done." I don't want it. Yeah, that's probably that's fair. Yeah, especially that's like one of those things. It's like you know. On one hand, that could have been a fun party night, but on the other hand, it's like, oh, this could have been like, you know, that could have led to some like lifelong regret scenarios. So I think Balin was probably a smart move overall. I didn't really do a party or thing. I didn't underage drink ever. Mind you, I was also a gigantic square pretty much all my life, and I still objectively am. I think I'm still kind of a weenie when it comes to like a lot of things. But, like, I definitely never really was ever part of that scene. I was places where people did do that, though. Like, I was invited to some, like, kind of, like, weekend Halo LAN parties, and I think some people were maybe hitting the juice a little bit. But, it was also kind of weird, though, because no one gave me shit for not. They're like, you want any help? I'm like, I'm good. I'm like, okay, cool. Once again, the lack of, like, bullying that I went through in high school is frankly amazing, because by all accounts I should be having like, you know, wedgie burns. Even no snow. Yeah, it's really hard, and it's like the thing is like I am a yap man. I do like to yap. I do want to like that's kind of why like I've been seeing more and more people do those like getting like like kind of like those like co-working go things together. I was like, that'd be fun. Maybe that might be fun to do. Also, how you doing, Shasra? How you doing? Also, shit, I don't think you... Have you mentioned that you do novels before? Maybe you did, and, you know, I just don't remember anything, but hell yeah, let's go. I was like, oh, yeah, no, that's bad. That's bad. Listen, like, you know, you can have sex if you want, but the idea that, like, oh, no, you have to, or else, it's like, oh, that's not great. Yeah, no, you're this is a bad scenario. Radar went off correct, and getting out of there was a good choice. Good shit. I mean, good shit for getting out of there, not that. You know what I mean. Yeah, sometimes you gotta trust your gut. Indeed. I think to a certain degree, I trust my gut a lot to the point of being, like, once again, a huge weenie, but I think overall it's generally been alright. But yeah, this is a, like... So cause I also do think with the Everblight stuff. So like for context, Everblight was my very first wargame army. The army I got back in 2011. Not that I like this. I have not been a consistent painter that entire time though. There was definitely like a huge break for sure. So like it's like, yeah, no, it's been, yeah, legitimately 15 years ago, and it's not done, which is the funny part. Like cause like, I mean, War Machine was a fun game at the time, and like, I don't regret playing it, but really, I think everything I eventually grew to love about minis was just kind of absent from War Machine, like the model customization, your dude sort of kit bashing. Not that people didn't kit bash in a War Machine. Also, a lot of what I did for War Machine was when I was a broke-ass college student. So, you know, if you have like $3, you're sure as fuck not like, you know, doing like big elaborate kit bashes. Which honestly, having access to a 3D printer really does give me access to a lot of really bitchin' kit bash material. Oh yeah, Vtuber. I really like Vtuber. Mostly I use Vtuber for my turnip stuff, but yeah, they're really good for if you want that kind of like classic fantasy look or like Mordheim. Good company overall. Good company overall. Or sculptors, I guess. They're not really a company. Kind of like investigate the trim a little bit. Yeah, now they're doing like a bunch of other stuff. I don't know what's like a good way to like they were doing like Fantasy Cossacks for a while. They did some cool Skaven stuff. They done some like Carnival of Chaos things, which is kind of neat. They've done quite a bit. They've done quite a bit. Up in there. Let's say I'm getting like a decent amount of the trim. I'm sure I think a lot of this, what's going to happen is I'm going to paint like most of the trim and be kind of messy, go back and touch it up, and then do some other details and be like, oh shit, I gotta go back and get that. Oh, so War Machine is the living status of War Machine's very interesting. Basically, it was, and continues to be a war game. It's sort of claim to fame though as sort of being like back in the day, you know, Warhammer was always kind of like, and it still is, it's gotten better at that, but the idea, it's like, it was kind of like a really broken game, where like, just like shit didn't work, and like, if you wanted to like be a little bit like competitive with it, it just didn't particularly function. But, so War Machine was like, okay, here's a war game, the rules are clear, they're easy to follow, they're not really open for interpretation. Like, it should be pretty easy to be like, you look at this interaction, this does this, it makes sense, it's repeatable. The game was way better balanced, and this it's been around since like the early 2000s, but like Mark II, which is sort of the game's like original heyday, was during like Warhammer like 6th and 7th editions, aka the ones that did really bad. Like the ones where people were like, we're quitting the game, and Games Workshop was doing really, really rough. Under, I believe it was the Kirby was their CEO during that time. And it was also much cheaper to get into as well. So like when I was in college, I've always wanted to play, because like I've not been shy about this. I've been a TG boy for many years, though I've kind of quit it cold turkey just because that as a place on the internet, it makes me very sad now. So like I just don't go there very often. But like I grew up with Warhammer stuff online and like an abstract, and like I always thought wargaming would be cool, but like really, really fucking maybe, are you talking about the original guy who burned like a dark elf army? Something like that. That happens every now and then. I think anytime somebody destroys their army, everybody's like, oh, you're a tool. Okay. Just like that one guy who just like smashed a bunch of Black Templars he must have bought on eBay because his lot was really, really weird. But yeah, it was definitely in that period where it's like, oh yeah, here's like a game that works as a game. And like it was well supported. It was well supported, as in like they had like at the time, how you doing, Denzel? Welcome everybody, welcome. I'm reminiscing about War Machine. How's Rogue Trader treating you? And everyone does not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Though today I'm doing Word Bearers, specifically Chaos Possessed, just because like I love trim, everybody. I love trim. It's the best. I would paint trim every day. That's not true. This is a lie. So how you doing, Zlargak? How you doing? You sound like an alien, like in a fun way though. But hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. But yeah, I'm explaining like what people saw in War Machine back in the day. But yeah, it was like a fun, functional game with like a cool kind of steampunky fantasy setting, unless you did Hordes, which is like you got to use like cool monsters and stuff. And I played Legion of Everblight, which was also very budget friendly, because like here's how budget friendly it is. This is back in like late 2010, like late 2000s, early 2010s money. Your army for Legion of Everblight could be like maybe like 2 or 3 $30 war beasts, a $10 warcaster, and then maybe like maybe probably like $50 in like miscellaneous models. How you doing, Horloving? How you doing? Get a good snap. Nice. There we go. So yeah, it was very economical. It was very, very economical. But then like the thing that happens, and this happens all the fucking time, every person who makes a tabletop game fucks up. Nobody in this industry is good at running a company. The difference is that when Games Workshop fucks up, they have millions of Warhammer dollars. That is both of yeah. There we go. How you doing, Boomer Tiro? I'm listening to all the Mouth albums because I do that like pretty regularly, but like especially so for context, I'm in the middle of like I've started my big move, but like I need to really ramp it up. So I'm gonna be taking some time off stream to get that done. I was like, this is like a fun album to listen to. Oh, they're all really good. I still think my favorite is probably I think it's Limp Wicket, and then also I think it's either Limp Wicket and then Crocodile Chop. I do like Two Trucks. If we're talking about like General Lemon Demon, I think Mask of My Own Face is really good. I really like Mask of My Own Face. Yeah, all this stuff is really good though. It's so good. Once again, I need to see what he's up to these days, because it's just, once again, the fact that the internet owes like a lot of its humor DNA from Neil Cicierega is just kind of buck wild. But yeah, so what happened? So like War Machine was cheap, it was functional, you could run it competitively. It had like an active like magazine equivalent to White Dwarf called I will say No Quarter magazine was actually really cool. Like as White Dwarf started to get less and less hobby focused, like No Quarter would show like how to do like build terrain and like had like lords. It was actually really cool. But then, you know, the issues happened. So they originally had the press gangers, which was sort of like, they're like free drug tier, not drug tier. They're like free, like this way. They're kind of like judges and like event organizers, stuff like that. It was like a pretty good thing. But like Wizards of the Coast had a big debacle, and yeah, they're hobby promoters. But this is really funny that I'm bringing Wizards of the Coast, but like there's a reason for that. Randall's gotten all fucked up around here. That's fine. So Wizards of the Coast got into an issue with the fact that like, hey, judges are really important for running tournaments. And what you would do if you were a judge, you would get a fancy Magic card. Wow! And like, maybe you sell that. And then, you know, I mean, being a judge was a volunteer position, and people were down for that, but it's like, as Magic kind of got bigger, especially more competitive, that kind of like, yeah, you guys are asking like way more than like volunteer level work. Like you gotta start doing some sort of payment thing. So there was a weird crackback, and then because of that made a lot of other companies that had like unpaid volunteers nervous. Like I think Press Gangers got some like fun little rewards and whatever. So Privateer Press kind of in a panic shut that wing down, and there was much booing. So that was one thing. Another thing is that they decided to do a new edition. And what was really interesting about like War Machine, so War Machine didn't have a codex system. There were army books for each edition, but they came out pretty early. And their way of selling books is that each kind of like add-on book was like new lore and a couple of models for each faction. So like you wouldn't really like, you know, you wouldn't have like a situation where like the edition change happened, but you're saying like you're Dark Eldar. and you wait like towards like maybe like the last 6 months of the edition before you get your book, and like, sorry, okay, the edition swapped over. They didn't do that at first. They would release, you would get your book when the edition change happened, or if not, like pretty early after the edition change happened, and then you would just get little expansion stuff. There's probably some labor like that kind of thing. I'm not gonna like It was bad to lose press gangers from a game perspective. I don't know how much of that was like Privateer Press actively avoiding any issues with the law, or like Privateer Press just making small game company fuck ups. That I can't say. I'm not a doctor. I'm not, but I'm also not a lawyer. So it's distinctly possible that like, technically speaking, as a company, they made the right choice, but like from the hobby, like sustainability of the game, that was kind of a mistake. Now, like whether that's one they could have avoided, I don't know. I don't think I could like say that with any real like confidence. But then they switched to 3rd edition, and besides 3rd edition doing, and 3rd edition was kind of like very not popular because they sort of did a codex system. Or where they would just like, one army would really get focused on. There would be like really, really, really long drawn out kind of like, basically they try to bring like online beta testing into the fold. And on one hand, that kind of worked, but on the other hand, that meant like releases were really long and like it was really hard to figure out what your current rules were. And then also just like a lot of other things happened where it was just like really, really annoying. And then Warhammer got its shit together with 8th edition. And like, whether you like 8th edition or not, I've never played it. I don't have really any opinions on it. It definitely, It definitely revitalized 40K. So yeah. Oh, you're doing Shark Ray. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And unfortunately is that like at the end of the day, a lot of people will just go to the newest version of a Games Workshop game, whenever. So they're like, well, okay, a new edition has come out now. This is back before like the cycles were like every 3 years. And it was just kind of like, well, like it was like 6 and 7, like 7th edition came very closely after 6, and then those kind of mellowed for a while. And it's like, it was all kinds of jank. So yeah, at that point, War Machine was not dead, but kind of like chugged along for a while. Eventually they did like a big end times thing and released their 4th edition, which pretty much like soft rebooted the entire setting. My faction died. A lot of other factions died. They just started bringing back, they just started revealing like regular ass main-off models. And that was one of like the big 4 factions. Like they're just starting to bring some of that shit back, even though they're like, they also got bought by Steamforged Games. And because of that, honestly, have been being ran a lot better. But like the army I cared about is gone. So like, I haven't done anything with my Legion stuff, which is why a lot of it remains unpainted. But it's like, oh, maybe, you know, the end times, I'll say it, I don't give a shit. There's absolutely an end times event equivalent for the War Machine setting. Like to the point that the RPGs between like the Iron Kingdoms RPG and then like the actual new one you can get, that's like the 5th edition one. Like they released a TRPG that was like 5th edition based, and they have effectively like the pre and post apocalyptic version of their settings. So you want a box for the leftovers? Hey, okay, that one's awesome. Yeah, honestly, you've been on a pretty good roll tonight. I'm actually legitimately shocked. You're 2 for 2. You're 2 for 2 on those. Yeah, there were some weird things. There was like some of the, I also remember like one of the original guys left, and then like one of the other ones that stayed behind was kind of like weird or whatever. I don't know. It was just inherently just kind of a jank thing, but like, you know, once again, all war games fuck up. It's just that very few of them have Games Workshop fuck you money, and that's legitimately a big difference. Like, you know, I like Turnip, I like Trench Crusade, I like all the games I like. And the nice thing technically about indie games is that like, if any of those really fuck up, and they really can't quite to the same degree, like the circumstances just really aren't quite there, like the community can kind of take over from that, and that's not like a big deal, you know? Fucking thanks, Hal. There we go. So yeah, it's so there's like just like one little hair on my brain. Get off. Yeah, I think some of them left for Steamforge Games too, maybe, and then, you know, kind of, I guess, came back into the fold when the companies merged. And Steamforge was already had a bit of a thing because they released a game called Guild Ball, which was like kind of arguably, yeah, kind of like similar in concept to Blood Bowl, but ironically soccer based. And they were just kind of like, they wanted it to be kind of competitive and have like tight rules and like a low barrier to entry, but they were kind of pissed because their fan base got really good, and having to balance around like a chronically online, very skilled fan base made the game hell. So they just kind of like, yeah, we're just shutting it down. It's you fucks are too like critical about everything and whatever. So we're out, peace. And that kind of left the bitter taste into people's mouths. Apparently, I think Steamforge, I don't know, they seem to be less huge cunts these days, so, like, maybe it's, like, I've heard War Machine's in a good spot, but I'm very likely to never come back. I'm very likely to never come back. Most of you basically shuttered. Yeah, it's this is what I'm talking about. It's like, I love the hobby. I really do. And it's like, it's just so painful watching it just like explode over and 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 over again. It's just like never-ending explosions. It's kind of brutal how that keeps happening, like every single fucking time. Okay, all right, let's do some like bones and stuff, I guess. Yeah, let's get a little bit of bonage, and that way I can see some of if I might have missed some trim or whatever. I think I want like a darker bone, not too. I guess I could do the dark flesh. That might be good. I know it's more of a flesh tone than a bone tone, but like I'm gonna build up from it anyway. Like a nice kind of like dark reddish brown, which I like. Yeah, it's like there's some stuff. I actually also really like what they've been doing with the 3D print stuff, which has been neat, though I've unsubscribed to that because like I just don't care about the current factions. There's like part of me that kind of like hopes really strongly that like eventually they might do like, oh yeah, we'll release like Everblight and like classic Khador and stuff like that, you know. Like that'd be cool. Yeah, you can put those in the 3D printing thread. As long as they're not like actively pirated sculpts, you know. I very much don't like, you know, get minis how you want. I just need to be careful that like I don't want the Discord to be like, oh yeah, come here for pirated minis. Like that's a death sentence I don't want to deal with. Oh, this bit's stupid. Be like too, not warm. I mean like too, not dark enough. Got brigading brown. I guess I could. Where's my like really dark brown? That's black. There we go. Oh, I got black brown. There we go. Let's just use that. How you doing, Pride? Welcome. How you doing? I hope so too. I was really jazzed that they put up all the Cephalix stuff, because Cephalix are one of those armies I'm like, these are cool. I would love to own one, but I will never pay money for like an incredibly. I've actually never. I was like, why is the paint coming out? I've never actually opened this yet. Yeah. I think a lot of it is, unfortunately, they're just like, you know, I mean, it's kind of that issue where it's like a lot of like older video games, like it still cracks me up that like, hey, if you've ever played Kingdom Hearts 2 not for the PS2, you're basically playing like a weird Frankenstein version of it or whatever, because Square Enix just got rid of the source code. Because a lot of companies were like, well, game's done, we don't have a lot of space to store it, just, you know, throw it to the void, yippee. Oh yeah, these are all just like some possessed guys that I got kicking around. They're Space Marines that have kind of partially merged with demons, and you know, it kind of fucks their shit up. So yeah, I have to imagine that like some designs they would need to remake from the ground up, and I'm pretty sure that the Privateer Press 3D printing stuff is just like, what do we got kicking around the vaults? Which, to be fair, I like that. I like that companies like Privateer Press and Weird and Mantic are like, oh yeah, these are like old designs and whatnot. We'll let you get STLs of them. I think that's incredibly cool. It's super duper cool personally, but like, I very much doubt that they would want to try to recreate Everblight from scratch, especially because they're like, oh, you know, if you like Everblight, you should check out Chimera. which is how they've massacred my lads. Look what they've massacred my boy. Particularly my girls. Legion was mostly like a matriarchal mutant snow elf faction. They're really cool. I like them. It's a shame that like nothing. Technically, I guess Daughters of Cain kind of hits that mark, but like most of them are just kind of elf ladies on snakes, which is, you know, I like elf ladies and I like snakes, but not enough to like really paint them. they're not fucked up enough. They're not fucked up enough, you know. Sisters of Battle don't have horrible mutants. They got the pennant engines. Those are cool, but like they're not really mutants. They're just sad dudes strapped to funky chairs. That was actually kind of fun about one of the books I read recently. Is like one of the main characters is kind of fucks up and gets stuck into one of those, and it's like, ooh, that's not good. There's a lot of I'm not gonna say which because it's kind of a spoiler, but like yeah, fuck it, whatever. It's an apostle, and in the book Apostle, there's a guy who's like things are getting bad, but we really, really, really don't want to call the Sisters of Battle because the Sisters of Battle, who's like lady who's leading that region, is kind of a psychopath. And technically, you're like, well, you know, there's like demons and horrible shit going on. Why wouldn't you? And the reason why is she's like, well, you have failed the Empire by creating this shithole. Get strapped to the chair, idiot. And it's like, oh yeah, no, that explains it. That explains it. I mean, I got it before that. I was, I was picking up what the book was throwing down, but it's still really, really funny. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think Warcaster unfortunately is basically dead because it was a Kickstarted. Warcaster has got real fucked up. Warcaster was basically them legitimately making the 40K version of War Machine, like straight up, like it takes place in the future in space. Though there's like actually like imagine like if Warhammer Fantasy, like I know there's kind of Games Workshop has gone back and forth like the connections between Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K. Sometimes it's like a little pocket dimension, or it's like it's the same warp, and sometimes that kind of changes. You know. But like they made it real explicit that during their end times, a bunch of people decide to say like, oh, the world is fucked. We'll go to space. Bye. And they went to space because you kind of learned that actually one of the, basically like the goddess of math turned out not to be a goddess, but like a whole ass fucking solar system that was speaking to her, like her cultists, which was kind of cool. Like that's a cool idea, I think. But the game was kickstarted. It did pretty well. I actually own some of the minis for that. I own the Marchers, and then like the attorney, like basically like the kind of like the rugged good guys and the kind of like the evil glowy Crix bad guys. Yeah, the game was released, and then COVID happened. So like really any chance, and like Kickstarter war games are like really a fucking double-edged sword. So like on one hand, a kickstarted war game means your war game will have like an early install base and you will have money. So you're like, oh, that's cool. But the thing is that like a lot of war game stuff requires like a store presence, whether people like either you got to run them in stores or you got to like, sell them in stores. Wrath of Kings did something similar. And I like that game, but that game also died for being a Kickstarter game. But yeah, no, but it happened like right during COVID, and it's like it never stood a fucking chance, I don't think it was ever going to be big, but I do think it was effective because I've also like heard nothing but good things. Like I did like reasonably deep into the Kickstarter. Like I got like a couple. Actually, I actually have a I have a Warcaster mini on my desk. I kind of forget that he's here. Hold on. Let me get a little bit on the horns and I can show you the lad. I forget what he is. He's definitely one of the bad dudes for sure. He's one of the Eternium, I believe. So this brown has a very straight, like, kind of a thicker consistency than I'd expect from one of these paints. Yeah, here we go. I think I need to rebase him because like oh god, he's covered in so much dust. Sorry in advance for all the dust on him. Cobwebs and shit. But yeah, this guy. All metal, baby. Yeah, he's like one of the Warcaster equivalents, I believe. like solid metal, but yeah, this is definitely like an older model of mine where like I didn't really know what to do with basing. I think definitely I could do like he's fine. Like I think I just need to pop him off a base and then maybe do something a bit fancier there. I don't know what color I want to do for him. Like, it kind of be fun just to do him in stereotypically, like, Necron colors. Like, do, like, a real, like, gunmetal with, like, glowy bits. But in the grand scheme of all my projects, he's, like, really low on there. I'm going to be real. You know, I myself have, like, a million, billion, trillion little projects. And just getting Warcaster going is just kind of not on there, if I'm going to be real. It's like, will it happen someday? I mean, a lot of times my projects are like, I will look through my minis and I'm like, oh, this thing. Oh shit, we also got ad break coming up. Hold on. There we go. Oh shit, hi Raiders, hello. Oh god, you guys are stuck in the ad jail, fuck. Can you guys hear me during the ad jail? I'll pop out, and there'll be like a minute. There'll be like a minute in ad jail, we should be free. But yeah, let's see if I can pop in or maybe say hi. Hello everybody, assuming that you are not being blasted with ads. How's it going everybody? Welcome. How was the, I imagine you were doing some Zillow bullshit. I have to imagine. To be fair, your Zillow bullshit's really fun. I'm really glad that you had the one where I was on the YouTubes. I do like to rewatch that every now and then. How's it going, everyone? How you doing, Falcon? How you doing, G-Up? How you doing, Power Nelson? You on the left. Oh yeah, you are the little monkey on the top of the bat, like the kind of Yeti guy. And how's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Skaven variety. We were talking about the fucking, like, I think it's like Afterman for that one, and also, I'm still super glad that apparently the All Tomorrows is like not that expensive these days, which is really, really nice. There we go. We're back. Yeah, I've been trying to do the streamer thing where I do a like coordinated ad break sort of deal, so people don't just get like Amazon ad blasted. I'm still getting used to that. But there we go. Yes, I've been. Also, everyone just assumes I piss every time I do that, so bleh, whatever. But yeah, how's it going, everyone? Once again, if you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Skaven variety. Though today I'm painting some Word Bearer Possessed because I like to do that. How you doing, Shopkeeper B? Welcome. How you doing? I do love me Word Bearers, lads. I still need to read through the Word Bears trilogy proper, and then like a couple of them. I've actually read a decent amount of Word Bears books already. And then I think Zardulayek's getting a book soonish. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like with Warcaster, I actually really like that idea of like you could just spawn in units. I think the new StarCraft game apparently does something very, very similar, where it's like you for people who don't know, there's like a miniatures game for StarCraft now, which is just kind of funny. I don't know what led to the timing. The timing is very strange, but like the idea of like instead of kind of building an army, you sort of choose what buildings you're going to have, and then those buildings will just spawn units over the course of the game. Which is Caster. I hardly know her. How's how you doing, Cube, sorry, my bad. I don't know if I've heard of Blood Rages, but fuck yeah, let's go. Let's see, what is Blood Rage? I don't think I've ever heard of this. To be fair, I'm not super knowledgeable about board games, though the minis on quick glance do look pretty neat, so hell yeah. Yeah, it's neat, like yeah, it's... I wonder, like, if that's one of those things that, like, in the same way that Magic does Secret Layers, where it's like, the IP is now cheap, so you can just kind of grab it and like in a very abstract, like I feel like in a very abstract sense, the StarCraft IP still holds pretty well for nerds, especially the ones that like might not remember like the fine details. Like I think generally, if you ask like somebody who is a dork in the '90s whether they like StarCraft, they're probably like, yeah, StarCraft is pretty good. Or they'll be like, well, like I'm not good at RTS games, but StarCraft is like a fun setting. I am old enough to remember. Hey, do you guys remember when they were going to do that like StarCraft like Nova game or whatever, the one where it was like basically StarCraft Splinter Cell? That was really one of my first experiences with like a game that was really, really cool that got canceled. And I just think about that from time to time where it's like, man, I was super stoked for that game because that sounded rad as shit. Where you're just like a StarCraft ghost and you just kind of do like little stealthy missions and stuff like that. Yeah, it was like basically like every game magazine at the time. For sure. But yeah, the new models look pretty cool. They're kind of expensive though, so I'm probably not going to dive into it, or at the very least not because I've already gotten the new war game. I want to, like I mentioned this before, my local group is looking to get into Star Wars Legion. It's also kind of weird. I've been just having like the weirdest Star Wars itch lately. I don't know why, but so yeah, I'm gonna be getting the Mandos when they come out because they seem. There's also just like an inherent weird thing that bothers me for like something that weirdly enough. Why Legion? It's I mean my group is just not interested with Shatterpoint. We also just have a guy that has like already has some Legion armies ready to go, and I picked up some Legion stuff in the past. Like I have like the Shadow Collective box. And like some random Ewoks and whatnot. So I was like, I think with the Mando box, I can get like a functioning army with like kind of very little pickups. But yeah, like, so that's kind of why we're potentially doing that. But also too, like, I'm very big on I kind of hate that Star Wars a lot of times, and this isn't like a new thing. I can't even blame Disney for this. Like, Star Wars as a franchise tends to orbit the dick of, like, very specific eras and, like, very specific characters, which drives me nuts. As somebody who likes, like, to, like, have your own guy doing their own thing in war games, Star Wars is kind of antithetical to that. But you can kind of get away with that in the Mandos. Like, they have, apparently they're releasing custom clan creation rules, and, like, there's going to be, like, a build your own officer kit. How you doing, Charlie? Yeah, and how you doing, Snuffluck? Yeah, it's like, and like once again, so like Filoni, you can definitely blame him for sure, but also like, this has definitely been a long-standing problem, where like straight up like you know, if you like check out old Star Wars books, basically like 90% of them revolve around like, you know, Leia and so like Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, or like their kids. Or like a canon movie event. That's why I always found stuff like KOTOR far more fascinating. I really liked the idea of like, yeah, you know, it's gonna have like the lightsabers and the smugglers and all the stuff, but like, you know, just like make like a totally different galaxy to fuck around in, you know? So like for me, Mandos are like the concession to that, where it's like, okay, I can sort of build my own army. I can kind of do my own thing. Like, does the starter box come with fucking like the Mandalorian and Grogu? Yeah. Will I run them? Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, but it's also really frustrating too, because like, Star Wars has been a tabletop like franchise for like so long, like to the point is like I don't think a lot of people realized, and I to be fair, it's not super apparent if you're not really looking. Oh, like besides the expanded universe being like a whole big thing for like authors writing really weird shit, but like what's it called? A lot of Star Wars came from the Weston Games Star Wars D6 RPG. Like to the point where they would just make up like a species and it would be canon because somebody would use it in like a book or something like that. Yeah, I mean, every faction does have like a generic character. Like there are like, there's like a generic kind of like Imperial officer and like a generic build your own Jedi for the Clone Wars era. And I think that's cool, but like, I also think that like, you know, if you're running Clone Wars era stuff, it's going to be way harder to have like OC Do Not Steal. I mean, oh, it's like several. So like originally, so there's the Fantasy Flight Games Star Wars stuff. That was the newest Star Wars RPGs. That's far, and I don't think there's been a new one since. Prior to that, there was the Wizards of the Coast ones, which were sort of based on the D20 engine. And then there was the really, really, really old, like, Weston Games ones. And that was kind of, like, back during, like, parts of the EU where they were just kind of like, well, you can kind of just do whatever. You can kind of just do whatever and, like, make up shit. Because, like, you know, like, they're like, well, Star Wars doesn't really have, like, enough, like, things that function as orcs. So we're gonna make up some. Like, I think Barabels were from there and some other miscellaneous species. I've not really looked over those in a while. But a lot of those did effectively, because, like, also, too, like, you know, you're, like, let's say you're a Star Wars writer in, like, the 80s and 90s. You have, like, the books. I mean, not books. You have the movies and, like, other people's books. And you're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to just grab some shit from here. And, like, a lot of those did effectively become canonized, yeah. And, but, like, once you got to, like, the Wizards of the Coast ones and stuff, basically, like, all of that was sort of, you know, like... They're not really inventing anything new. That's sort of like, oh, they included my favorite glob shitto or whatever. There we go. That's what the internet kids say. I can clap my hands. I got the species I want. Yippee. But I really like it when people just do, like, you know, their own thing that way. And like, we don't get that anymore for Star Wars games. Like, we're very rarely gonna do. I'm supposed to say I hate Disney. I'll say both. I'll say both. Like, listen, I still hold some soft feelings for Star Wars in my heart as somebody who used to read, like, the Young Jedi books and, like, Galaxy of Fear and would play the games and stuff like that. Like, legitimately, my adopted family straight up would play, like, the old, like, Super Star Wars, like, when I was too young to understand how video games worked. Not that that's, like, the most complicated game, but that game will beat your fucking ass. Jesus Christ. I haven't played it in many, many years. I did play the pod racing game. The pod racing game does fuck immensely hard. It does fuck super duper hard. Oh yeah, I'd imagine that they had like a lore person. But like, what's annoying now is like, okay, we've gone through like several Star Wars war games and so we have like Star Wars Legion, we have Star Wars as Shatterpoint, which is like Marvel Crisis Protocol, which is like, that's basically like it's like one of those games is more about having like a small group of dudes, but it's also kind of themed of like as a multiversal. Like technically in Star Wars Legion, you could have like the Empire versus fucking like, you know, the Confederacy for Independent Systems. Like, I think they go by Separatists at that time, but yeah, like you can have them fight the Separatists, and that's like a whole thing you can do. It doesn't really matter. That doesn't need to be like a canonical fight. But they got those. They had Star Wars Destiny, which was a dumb TCG that involved rolling dice that I just happen to like quite a bit. Then they also now have Star Wars Unlimited, which is sort of very similar to EDH or Commander for Magic, but with Star Wars. But the thing that drives me nuts every single time is that like, this is just going to be like, we know what everything's going to be. The universe is calcified. Funnily enough, we will very likely never actually see like any of the sequel trilogy stuff. Like, no, as far as I'm aware, there are like zero plans to ever introduce. Mind you, not that anything from that trilogy has really brought anything like super cool that people are looking for like war games and stuff. But it also means that we're in like a weird spot now where it's like, oh, they're releasing Star Wars Unlimited. Okay, they got to get like, like Leia from Episode 6. We also got to get like Leia from Episode 4. We got to get Luke Skywalker pilot and Luke Skywalker Jedi, and maybe and we gotta get Anakin. We gotta get Anakin as little baby Anakin. We gotta get Anakin as fully grown Anakin, and we gotta get Anakin as like fall into the dark side Anakin. Like, it's effectively now all the Star Wars games from now basically into the heat death of the universe are pretty much just going to be reheating the exact same like several characters and stuff like that till the end of time. I'm gonna be honest. We don't need remakes. Like remakes these days are just the game you love, but with like shittier graphics because no one understands art design anymore. I would not want a remake. I don't think any of those games need remade, and if not, if it's just graphics, there are fan patches that will easily get you there. I don't think it would be as joyful as a thing to get that as you would like. Yeah, basically multiple versions of Jace. Yeah, it's like, and like every now and then, like they're like, okay, so they are introducing like some characters from like the Mandalorian, or they're doing like the Inquisitors and stuff like that, and like that's new stuff seeping in. But like, for me, I would love like if they just did like, fuck it, we're doing like a new era. Like I would love a war game with a new era. I would love a war game with, like, that was done with like KOTOR style, where they're just like, okay, we're gonna make up new shit. You don't know what to expect. We can make our own characters. We can really do our own stuff. I don't think Disney will ever let that. I think Star Wars is just kind of too firmly attached to Disney's dick and just will not be able to do that. Yeah. And like, so that's like, what, like, I guess what I'm saying is like, it's, for me, it's not even like specifically the Old Republic. Like, I think it would be cool if like, just let people just do their new eras of stuff. Like even that fucking stupid Star Wars Legends or whatever. There was one where it was about like Luke Skywalker's like great grandson or whatever. And he was fucking this like alien lady that just leaked out super pheromones because like, that's just what comics of that era do, I think we're still kind of at that point that like pheromones are like basically sex magic. Yeah, it was, I forget exactly. It was like, I forget what the name of the species are, but they're basically like pink pheromone bimbos. Like, I think there's dudes of the species, but like, it's in the same way that like, I'm going to be honest, you don't see like, after Twi'leks became sexy alien ladies, you don't see a lot of male Twi'leks. You don't see like the weird vampire elites Twi'leks as much. kind of a similar thing to that, But yeah, dude, like I would love if they're just like, okay, Fantasy Flight Games. I guess it's not Fantasy Flight Games, but basically be like, yeah, make your own setting, make your own, like do your own stuff. Like I don't think that's ever going to happen again. But like I would love that because I think it's cool, because I think it gets you away from like, yes, every book is about Luke Skywalker or Luke Skywalker's grandkids or Luke Skywalker's best friend. Did you guys like, there is a book called Tales from the Cantina. This is not a new book. This is an old book. This is a book that took every single background fucking alien from the Star Wars Cantina and basically gave them a fucking mini novel. So like, that's what I'm saying, where like a lot of this isn't new. Star Wars has had this problem where it's like, it takes things from the movies or whatever and just milks the ever-loving Christ out of them. But like, occasionally you would get people doing something a little bit more off the leash, I kind of miss when that was kind of on the table. Yeah, like the Adventures of Luke's Dog. That might not, like, you're joking, but that might not even be a joke. I don't even know. Once again, Wikipedia is a place of nightmares. Just goddamn fucking nerds. I say one thing. Marvel Epic Card Dark Horse. Gotcha. Yeah, that's even something that's kind of annoying about the new trilogy, where it's not like you can't have a new character. Like I was kind of like I've never watched episode 9. I don't think I ever will. I don't care. But like I kind of like Finn as a character made me sad. Like he would have been a cool like actual main character, you know, where it's like, okay, you are raised to be a stormtrooper. Like you during your first major encounter with battle, like you see the horrors of war and you kind of like back out. You kind of get into a fight with your old crew. Like there was like some moments that could have worked, but then like Rey kind of took center stage and sort of just like ate his entire lunch. And then Rey turned out to be fucking Palpatine's relative, which once again, that's another issue. This keeps happening where it's like, fuck, let someone be new. Let someone be new, please. It doesn't need to go back to that. Ugh. The main villain is the fucking child of Han Solo and Leia. Everything. It all comes back. It all comes back to like the same 3 characters and their kids. This is a whole fucking huge galaxy, and like it always goes back to that. That drives me nuts. As somebody who likes a lot of the aspects of the setting, that's why I think it's cool when every now, even when authors do really dumb shit and they're like, ah, yes, the Jedi Order back on this one planet, and like back when like I do like the very, what's it called? Yeah, they kill like I don't even really like I don't even think killing them is necessarily even that bad. It's just kind of like the way they did it was stupid. Didn't they do it? No, I was gonna say, I know there's like several Star Wars horror zombies, you know? Yeah, it's like, cause like, I think the weirdness of Disney getting Star Wars has always been strange because like, they knew that the franchise was worth a lot of money and they paid a lot of money for it. But like, based on the way they've done everything, you would assume that they just never had a plan. Like, you would assume that, like, you know, get the same director for, like, all 3 of the movies. Like, hell, if you're gonna have, like, Rian Johnson do one of them, just have him do all of them. Just, like, have the tone be consistent. Don't have, like, one author have to pick up, like, a lead from the previous movie and then just be like, oh, I don't like that. Because that happened twice. It's super weird. Like, I don't understand how you botch that hard, you know? But it's also why I think because they lean too hard on nostalgia, I do think that's why like there aren't like Star Wars Legion doesn't really have any of the new stuff. Like how would you, like what would you sell somebody on like a new war game thing from the new movies? Because they're just stormtroopers with different helmets. They're just slightly sleeker versions of existing vehicles. Like I don't think anybody's like craving like the vehicle porn of just like, oh no, it's the same thing but shinier, I guess. Money making direction. But you would think there would be more guidance for the money make. I don't know. That's like. It's super weird. It's super strange. Oh, they're like, yeah. You think it like that? That's just it. You think you would lock them into a contract? Like I don't. Like in terms of just making kind of like generic, like this movie will make money and people will clap. I think J.J. Abrams, it wasn't a bad choice, but not having him available for all 3 was really strange. You know. But yeah, there's like very little things about the new trilogy, but like weirdly enough, like stuff from fucking like Andor and like Rogue One still shows up in like the war games. So like it's not like it's impossible for them to make things people give a shit about. Like you can fucking get a fucking Cassian Andor and his little robot dude. You could get those in Star Wars Legion. So like clearly there's like some attachment there. You can get people to care about some new stuff. But yeah, no, the trilogy just kind of botched it. Andor's I don't know. I've not watched it myself. There's people like I generally trust the opinions of certain friends of mine and they're like, "Oh no, this is actually very legit." So I will absolutely I will believe them on what Andor seems to be good, but I've not actually sat and watched it myself. Like I said, I've been feeling Star Wars lately, so maybe I'll give it a go. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was funny where it's just like, it was like a director did a thing, and then the next one came on, like, no, I don't like that thing. And then the next director came on, like, oh no, I don't like that you took away the thing that I didn't like. It's just like, that inherent back and forth it was really fucking silly. It's absolutely fucking goofy. So I gotta say, the horns are coming up pretty. These guys are like starting to get like some shape to them, like some color differentiation. He's got little skulls on his Gucci. Skulls? No, he's got like, honest to God, just like chain balls. Just dangling. He's just got some dangling balls. Hmm. Oh shit. Oh shit, we got a nerd fight in my chat. Oh shit, nerd fight. That's fun. What are we doing? What do we need to do? On there. Yeah, exactly. If you're paying that much, you think you would like have like a plan. Nerds! Let's see. I think what I need to do is like a... Oh yeah, let me get some cloth. Let me get some... I'll do some like a dark gray cloth there. That'd be cool. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I got some black gray. There we go. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. Like I said, I can't give any strong opinions on Andor just because I haven't watched it myself. So I don't know. Maybe I will. Like I said, it's like animated Bloodborne suit. Yeah, I heard about that, and like apparently that like I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know who Jacksepticeye is. Like I understand that he's like a big YouTubesman, I guess. I sound incredibly old, but like I've heard the name before. But like is he a good fit for that? Like is this Sony doing the like, oh shit, Iron Lung made money. What video game licenses do we have? Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird that I don't really particularly care for video game adaptations. Like I think if you like Bloodborne, you can just play Bloodborne. I don't think it's I don't like I've beaten Bloodborne before. It's like difficult, but it's not that bad, you know? I've beat the Orphan of Kos, and you see me play video games. weird self dig on myself. I think like I'm an alright gamer. So how you doing, Midir? How you doing? Good direct. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Listen, I have very little idea about him as a person. Like if he's like potentially a good guy, and then potentially could be like a good fit, sure, but like I don't know. I'm also still of the opinion that like I don't think I'm ever gonna see any of the new Mario movies just because like I don't see a point. Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm also like I guess too like Bloodborne's a little different, but I guess for the Mario ones I'm not like 13, so like I'm probably not the target audience for those. That's how you doing, Fred? How you doing? Oh yeah, no, Marie Kondo has everyone at gunpoint, you know? I don't know. I'm just kind of of the opinion that like I don't think video games really need movies, but it's fine. Basically a Labrador Retriever. That's probably good. I think that's a good thing. I think that's probably all right. A little bit of the cloth on. It's gonna blend a little bit in the sword, but that's also fine. These guys are very much like I'm gonna like get colors on them today and then probably touch up later. Yeah, I legitimately wonder straight up if this is like when we're talking about like companies losing, like I legitimately wonder if they like lost the source code to Bloodborne, or like if something happened. Like I have to imagine that there is like some legitimate reason why they haven't like, you know, done any sort of like port or whatever for it. So yeah, so like I guess making a movie is a compromise maybe then. But it's also kind of weird that like that it's like that. Very strange, very strange. Let's paint some meat. Let's paint some meat. Some rock our flesh equivalent. I'm gonna get this like big side tumor first, just because it's like right up there. Cavill. I got you. I have such a weird feeling Henry Cavill, because on one hand he seems like a fine guy, and he'd probably do a Warhammer thing all right. I've grown surly just over like I don't know. It's he gets brought up a lot about stuff, Like he's like going to save Warhammer. Like I don't. This is aimed at you, Lana. Some people are just really like, yeah, he's gonna fucking save Warhammer. I'm like, I don't. I think you're giving him a little bit too much credit. You know. Man, more games on PC. I mean, does Sony have games to put on PC? I like this is once again kind of a joke, but like I keep hearing that people occasionally talk about like, you know, like a PS6. But it's like, why? Like what like does Sony still even really make games anymore? I don't fucking know. Then again, I'm kind of out of touch with games. Like I like the two I keep seeing now a lot are the like the Pragmata and the Tomodachi Life. Those are the two games that are sweeping through like every VTuber friend I know. Those are the two. Those are the two. I can at least understand Pragmata to a certain degree. Tomodachi Life kind of seems like it's kind of like a fun little like Mad Libs generator, but like I think I'd feel bad if I paid for that. Like I think a lot of them do get it as like a gift, and I think in that instance it's just like, yeah, I didn't pay money for this. This is just like a goofy little fun thing. That kind of makes sense, but like I feel like if I paid like $60 for Tomodachi Life, I would feel ripped off, you know? I mean, maybe that's it. I don't know. It's not like I'm like totally like I don't even know what to say. Like what would be like a girl core game? I guess I don't know. Maybe that's it. Yeah, like I can kind of understand like Pokotopia or whatever because it's like, oh yeah, you can like build out a whole island. You can get your like favorite Pokemon and whatnot, and like, you know. Also, some people like to use that as like I have mini painting as a creative outlet. Other people just kind of like games like that as theirs. That's fine. That makes sense, you know. I feel. Oh yeah, I'm kind of on that too. It's like also like if Warhammer disappeared tomorrow, there's like enough fans and whatever who could keep it going. Also like there's enough material there. There's enough material to last for fucking forever, which is nice. Like, I think genuinely, like, there are some people whose, like, full-time job is trying to read all the books, and it's still hard for them to do that. Randomites are eating it up. Oh, yeah, because they're making, like, making their own little randoms and putting them on there and having them, like, kiss that, like, Casper guy? I don't really know Casper super well, but I think I know him and Randon, I think, get shipped because they're pros. Is it like a shoulder pad, then? Maybe. Got, like, a shape that could be a shoulder pad, but it also could just be flesh gooped enough, and I think that there we go. Yeah, that's also kind of like a very interesting debate I saw where some people were like, "Oh, you only put fictional characters in there, weird," but then other people were like, "Yeah, but that's a game where like you can like kind of fall in love, so like it's kind of like if you put all the like." If you put your like family in there, you're like, oh, you know, your dad and like this other just random person you put in there might start smooching. Not that that's a big deal though, and like a lot of people are like, oh, it's it's fun to like have all my friends in there and then just see what shenanigans they could. I guess there's also kind of like a funny little ant farm too, where you put all the little variables in there and you just kind of see how it all works out. I can see that actually. There, we got the big lump. Gotta paint this arm. This arm is straight up an orc arm. I will say it's got like an orc gun, but it's actually like not as orky as it could be. Like I think it still could read as like you know, kind of like a standard weapon, which is legit. Yeah, like fish in a tank. I could see that. I could see that. But I just keep thinking if I was to like, and like every now and then I'm not entirely immune to FOMO. I generally I win out over it, but I do sometimes we'll see people play stuff like that. Like, oh, maybe that'd be fun. I also don't own a Switch 2 though, so it's not like I would definitely not buy a Switch 2 for Tomodachi Life of all things. I would do it for the Kirby Air Ride sequel that I was very excited about for many years, and then it came out, and I'm like, oh, I'm in a different place in my life right now. I can't really play Kirby Air Ride, which is funny. Is it also on Switch 1? Okay, that'd be a bit less crazy. I was gonna say it's not like the most like graphically intensive game ever. Like I cannot imagine you need like the power of the Switch 2 just to play that, but I guess kind of assume Nintendo stopped making Switch 1 games, but I could totally be wrong on that. I think they used to get it. Oh yeah, I think they did, yeah. That definitely tracks. I just don't know Casper super well. There's like a couple of like VTuber dudes that like I'm aware of, but I just have not personally really like met or interacted with them, so I just don't know them super well. He's getting really thin, but in a way that's like totally fine. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised because that was the thing where like I remember like Wii 1 games were made for fucking forever. It's also just because there was like hospitals and stuff that just happened to like keep Wii's around just for like patients and whatnot. Like I think they were like releasing like Just Dance games on the Wii for like maybe a solid like 5-10 years after the Wii stopped really being like commercially sold. There was like some crazy number. I forget exactly what. So yeah, I guess to be fair, because the Switch did really well, I would not be surprised if they just kind of continue that trend. Like some of the more intense stuff probably wouldn't really work. You could probably stick some of the newer Pokemon games and stuff on there. Though actually, probably Pokemon's a bad example because even those kind of run like shit on even the newer Pokemon games kind of run like shit on the Switch one. So I don't know if you want to get like a really new one just to kind of like explode further. Yeah, I saw a thing with the reason I'm doing like skin flesh is I saw some cool ways to kind of like tint this, I guess. So I'm gonna apply a couple layers of this and then maybe probably not like a today thing, but maybe later. Try doing some like different coats and stuff like that. Fleshy bits on there. This is good. Let me get a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, I like it was kind of because like I was like unpacking and forgot that I had a Switch. I was like, oh yeah. I used to be way more of a console guy. I used to be like way more of a console guy. I used to stream console games. It was always kind of a pain though, which is why I stopped. Like I used to have like a little side stand and then I would like hook it up. And then I had to kind of like use the like a little button to replace one of my monitors with that. Like I guess I'm not like a super opposed. Like I don't think I'll ever like, you know, I might play console games again. I did switch it up indeed. Ha 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 ha. But like I think mostly just because like emulation was also just way more convenient. But like I do got like once again, I do have like a pretty alright collection of video games. Like I think I was wanting to do like an Evil Zone stream at one point. Giving them both my FCs. Oh, I mean that's a sweet thing to do. I see the defensible layer you put in front of them. That's a nice uncle thing to do. Hell yeah, let's go. For me, weirdly enough, I kind of think I would like a Steam Deck, but just so I can just kind of like comfortably read visual novels. I don't know why I keep seeing like people talk about reading visual novels on the Steam Deck. And I'm like, that sounds nice actually. That sounds pretty chill. I just kind of like lay down in like a cozy sitting position, just kind of put on like I don't know like Fate Stay Night or whatever and read that. I was like, oh, that'd be neat. I don't know if that's like neat enough that I would actually buy a Steam Deck, because I think they're probably not the most like expensive things ever, but still, you know, money. But like I could see myself doing that more than like actually, because I think I legitimately played the Switch off dock once, and that was during a power outage. I was like, well, I got this, so I might as well and just play some Disgaea. And I was like, that was fun. I forget which version. I think it was Disgaea 5, and it was just like me. That's when I was still trying to chase the kind of thrill of older Disgaeas, and I just couldn't. I would just keep getting newer Disgaeas. I'm like, these don't do anything for me anymore. I don't know if it was like a writing change. I know Nippon Ichi is one of those companies that have kind of like really changed up their shit over the years. They're not quite as fun as they used to be. I also never finished like I think it was like Gigan the Soul Eaters, or Soul Nomad. It's like one of those two names. I think it's like one of those like the name is localized differently, which is why I'm getting the mix up. Yeah, no, like a lot of the games are interesting. Like I did the same thing with the Wii, ironically too. I was like, well, I'm gonna get it because I was a Nintendo. Like that was sort of like when I was still actively a Nintendo babby, and I'd have like every Nintendo console. Like, and then that kind of the spell kind of broke. Like I never got a Wii U. I mean, I got to play the Wonderful 101 on a friend's Wii U. For some reason, that friend bought a Wii U and then never played like that game on it. I straight up was like, hey, I'm gonna buy this game, all right, so I can play it on your system. You can play it whenever you want. That's fine. And he's like, okay. And he just never played it. That was really, really fun. But I think that eventually got a port on like a couple of other systems. But I don't think you even really need to do that anymore. I remember that was sort of like, that was really the only Wii U game that was like, oh yes, I need to play this. So many. so many weird little little areas and whatnot. It's also really funny. So when I got this guy, I got this guy's entire sprue for free, but it did not come with the arm. The arm is actually 3D printed, but it fits so well. I don't think anyone would actually like really notice, which is fun. I feel bad though, because like that arm came from a set that was from a guy that, what's it called? There was a guy, like, what's it called? There was a guy who did some like really, really cool custom Warhammer sculpts for like Gal Vorback parts. He did like a bunch of cool Alpha Legion stuff. Like nothing that was like, you know, there are people that go to cults and just straight up do like, hey, Games Workshop revealed a new Ultramarine. I put it through my AI scanner and you can buy it here. This is going to be taken down in like 3 seconds, and then Games Workshop is going to send me and my family to the coal mines. But like he was doing like actual cool custom sculpts, and then just one day he just removed all of his shit. Just basically just totally vanished. And it's so bad because like whenever I do like model showing things, people are like, those helmets are sick. Where do you get them from? And I feel so bad. Like, well, there's this guy named like D&M Miniatures, but he's dead. Sorry. Like I feel bad, but it's like, it's, you know, I'm going to mention that. Yeah, I think it's like, I remember there was like a funny thing where people were like, we didn't know that this was not like an add-on. Like they were like genuinely like parents and like grandparents were like, well, we already have a Wii U. That's just a tablet for the Wii, right? Oh, little baby Jimothy doesn't need a tablet. And so people would just like not get that for their kids. I don't know necessarily how true that was, but that's like one of those things that I would hear a lot. So I'm gonna put that in that like nebulous online rumor kind of space. Really. This is all very much like first coat territory anyway, so it's not a steal. But yeah, pinball. What the fuck is Crocodile Pinball? That I have not heard of. But yeah, it was. I never got the Wii U, and I got the Switch. I got my fun out of it. Like, honestly, I think Splatoon alone would have been fine for the Switch. Like, if I got no other games, Splatoon 2 and 3 were pretty legit. I never got to play. I never played as much Splatoon 3 as I should. I think I have to imagine that the online is basically kind of dead for that now. Old as fuck Game Boy game. Ah, I got you. There's like a couple like. Really, the old Game Boy game that I kind of feel the urge to play these days are the really, really old Bomberman ones. They were like kind of like Bomberman Adventure or whatever. There's like black and white Game Boy Bombermans that were just kind of like fun. I have to imagine if I actually went and played them, they were kind of whatever. But like there was like one where it was like Indiana Jones Bomberman and he had a whip where like you could use the whip to knock bombs around. And I remember that being like pretty fun. Like, Bomberman's one of those franchises I grew up with, and it's really weird now because, like, I don't hate Bomber Girl, but it is also strange kind of realizing that, like, the most successful thing Bomberman has done in, like, the last couple of years is just basically, like, turned into, like, Bomberman League of Legends with, like, slutty outfits. And it's like, huh, all right. Like and like I've gotten to play it too. There's an arcade cabinet at MagFest that has Bomber Girl on it, and it's like reasonably fun, but also like I think that's like it's kind of weird saying this, but there's like arcade, like a lot of Japanese arcade games are sort of based on that, like, yes, you're gonna come back and play this a lot. So like playing it as like a little one-shot thing, it's fun, but it's not really satisfying because you're not really building towards anything. Meanwhile, I could play like Waka or something like that, and it's just the in-the-moment gameplay is really, really fun. Like I would play Waka for the sake of playing Waka, but I feel like Bomber Girl playing it once is just like, oh yeah, no, I'm not on one of those like endless progression treadmills, and thus I am missing out on sort of the main point. I've also done it. I haven't done like proper pinball stuff in forever. I'm not like the biggest pinball guy, but like every now and then it's just fun to do, you know, as a treat. But yeah, now every now and then there'll just be like a new, usually it'll be like some new Brat character, and they'll be like, oh my god, fucking Bomberman's doing this. I'm like, oh yeah, Bomberman. Oh, okay. That's my boy. I also one of these days I also really do want to play this really, really, really terrible one. Like there was a Bomberman game that's arguably even more like Bomberman Zero for the 360 was like, what if Bomberman was made edgy for the you know, real gamers today? They don't want that like baby shit. It's kind of interesting that like this mindset both still exists and doesn't exist, where you kind of get into that like, you know, like, oh yes, I am mature gamer. I only play mature video games like God of War 2018. But like, it was very much like, yeah, Bomberman, that's for babies and the gays, and especially gay babies. So they kind of like made like an Xbox 360 edgy Bomberman. And it was really, really critically panned. For reasons I don't entirely remember, but I think it was just bad to play. Yeah, let me grab a picture of it because it's very funny. It's like a very funny time capsule for like 2000s Edge. Bomberman, I think it's Bomberman Zero, Act Zero. There we go. Oh yeah, the covers are really good. There, how you doing, Speedmark? How you doing? I'm working on some Possessed, which are very, very early on. They're just mostly, I'm just kind of like putting in colors. Also, I'm reminiscing about Bomberman, specifically the fact that this is real. Bomberman Act Zero, like Bomberman's always been like a robot. Like he's always been like a weird little robot guy. But oh yeah, oh god, I think I saw a screenshot of the actual game. I'm like, oh yeah, they try to make like third-person Bomberman, which is weird. So like, if you've not played Bomberman, it's a top-down game where you try to trap your opponent into bombs and explode them. And I guess for Act Zero, they're like, top-down, that's for gay babies. All the cool people like third-person over-the-shoulder action games. So yeah, god, how the fuck do you dodge anything? Like, if you just round a corner and there's a bomb there, I guess you just eat shit and die. Okay. There is part of me that still wants to play it, though. I want to play it just to, like, really get first-hand knowledge of just how fucking jank it was. How are you doing, Speedmark? Do I flock it and flame? I don't. I only threw the fire in the flames. Trying to do like air guitar while I'm holding a mini just makes it look like I'm just like suddenly tasting copper. But yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that like I'm actually curious because like I no longer have a 360. I kept my 360 for a while because like there was like a couple of miscellaneous games that were still good on there, and then I think the very last holdout was like the fucking Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up, because for the longest time that was stuck in like a weird licensing hell. And now I'm pretty sure you can just buy that shit on Steam. I'm pretty sure now you could just buy the Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up. Oh yeah, shit, I never did. There was like a Scott Pilgrim animated series, but it was really weird because it was about like Ramona, and like Scott got sent to like some like weird void dimension. Like conceptually, it sounds kind of neat. Where it's like, you know, it's not just a remake for the sake of a remake or like an adaptation for the sake of adaptation. I think it's kind of neat that it did something different, though I have not watched it. I don't really have like a Netflix or a Crunchyroll or a Disney Plus or a Hulu. I did try Tubi recently though, because Tubi is free and just filled with the kind of like dumb horseshit that I like. Like, Tubi is great. If you have, like, the same movie taste of, like, me or Professor Bloom, where we just, like, give us, like, a fantasy movie made in the 80s by Italians that just don't understand how people work. And it's beautiful. It's great. It's fantastic. But you have to be, like, a very specific sort of individual. Or you have to come to my movie nights where I trap you all to that. Yeah, it's kind of like a weird sequel alt-reality take thing from what I understand. I try to avoid too much spoilers for things that like I will probably end up checking out. So like I've not super looked into it myself, because I was like maybe I'll get around to watching it. I say lying. It's really funny because I'm like I have like saved images from like back in like 2016 of like, oh yeah, how eventually get around to watching this anime on Demolition Man. I know I've seen Demolition Man before. I I remember little bits like the fucking wait. And also make sure I'm not confusing it with Lawnmower Man. That's the one where like the criminals are unfrozen and like there's like the fast food wars where I believe Taco Bell wins and there's like the seashells for sex. But no, it's like it's the seashells for sex or for like wiping your ass. I forget which. It was something goofy like that. I know I have seen it, but I also think at the time I was too young to fully comprehend like what the fuck was going on. So I'm probably due for a watch. I'm probably due for a watch because I think it's the kind of just like weird nonsense that I'd be down for. I've also been just looking, there was a... Oh, he doesn't know what the seashells... Oh, stop, listen, I paint minis. I don't have time to learn what the seashells are for. You got the whole plot. Yippee! The Jabberwocky, 1997. Let me... Sounds legit. Yeah, so like... I'm going to say that, like, I won't be streaming till the move's done, but there's a distinct possibility that I might do, like, effectively, like, guerrilla movie nights, if that makes any sense. Where it's like, I don't think I'm going to stick to the typical, like, this has to be a fantasy movie for that. Like, I think I'm just kind of going to do whatever. Like they're like there's a couple like movies like Society and like Phantom of the what's it called? Phantom of the Paradise, I believe, that I've had saved for a while. It's like that's the kind of stuff that I might just do like as the guerrilla thing. That might be neat. The Planet of the Apes. No, I actually think Planet of the Apes would be a good movie night movie, especially if we watched a really weird one with Paul Giamatti, who is a monkey. Apparently there's like aren't the newer ones supposed to be like not terrible? Like the ones with like, there's like a monkey named Caesar. Aren't those supposed to be like relatively legit? Nope. I did that fun thing where like the lid came off my paint and I just nearly freaked the fuck out. There we go. Yeah, I have a couple of those saved. What's some other ones I have? I have a couple of movies. I'm like, I've been meaning to get around to watching. Maybe I can just trick myself into watching them by doing like a guerrilla thing. I got August in the Water. I got some Japanese movies. 0.0, 1.0, which I believe is kind of some influence on some like Silent Hill stuff. Society, Tetsuo 2, The Body Hammer, The Warning from Space, and Throw Away Your Books and Rally in the Streets, which I heard was kind of like a edgy Japanese movie. Which I don't know how edgy it is. I think it's like supposed to be kind of like a very kind of like sort of like punk, like it was like one of those movies I think was recommended as somebody who like I really liked how kind of like I think Tetsuo the Iron Man is a very neat movie, and also like what was the other movie that was just kind of like it like what like an incomprehensible Japanese screaming movie. Like it was 964 Pinocchio, I believe was the other one. Where it's like, I don't think that movie is supposed to be as aggressive and screaming, but it's also kind of like the same sort of like ethos to it, I guess. The clip of the third, like Tetsuo. Yeah, there's like a third Tetsuo, which I heard is terrible, but also kind of interesting. Oh, you're talking about the Planet of the Apes one. Never mind. Also same, yeah. So yeah, like that might not be a terrible like whole other one. I watch Gozu. Oh, like, oh yeah, I need a minute though. The Gozu, the thing Forsaken by God. No, I haven't bookmarked. It's definitely been bookmarked, and I've been just kind of sitting on it for a bit. That might also be one. Yeah, like once again, the rules of movie night is I have rules, but also a lot of times they're kind of arbitrary. But it might, maybe it'd be fun just to watch some movies that aren't, don't match my stringent criteria for movie night, which is usually magic and or a sword. Maybe get some of these like weird Japanese films that I've been meaning to watch too. There was this one, so like the guy who wrote Lane and like Digimon Tamers and a bunch of other stuff, his two most valuable works, Lane and then also Digimon. I've actually never really watched Digimon Tamers front to back. Apparently it gets really, really buck wild, which I'm intrigued by. There was like a collection of everything he's written, and one of them was called Malice Doll. which seems like a really short OVA series that I've been curious about, which is just really fucking... The premise is just kind of cracked in a weird way. It's basically like, it is a post-apocalypse where humans are dead. And then, the main character is like a robot prostitute. And her and other robot prostitutes are like looking for Johns because all the robots are trying to sort of fulfill their like, oh yeah, like their purpose. Like they're made with a purpose and they're really, really frustrated that they can't. And apparently due to the magic of a tentacle monster, the main Malice doll lady becomes a human and then goes around trying to give people humanity. And then that just kind of fucks everything up. I'm just like, oh, I'm curious. It's also like a CGI movie. Like one of those kind of like really like, I guess now would be kind of bad, but like kind of in like an endearing CGI way. I don't know if I'll show that one for movie night ever, but who knows? So you're doing that guy. Oh yeah, I'm doing like a skin color, so it's definitely giving that kind of like clay look. Let's see if I can find, do I have a screenshot bookmark of that? There we go. Here's a screenshot from it. This is a work safe one. But it's like a kind of old school 3D that I find really charming. Like definitely that like PS2 cutscene era. There we go. Hold on. Okay, let me adjust that a little bit. Poor Marie. Perfect. No notes. There we go. Eat went insane. That might be. Isn't that also? I think that's also like vaguely the premise of Casher and Sins. That's one that I have not seen, but like for years the phrase like "kill Casher and devour Casher" has kind of been like an online thing in various spaces I've been to. So that also could be maybe what you're thinking of. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly. It's that kind of like certain era CG style, which is neat. Like he went like fake Scottish for that one. But yeah, it's I've been curious because I continue to look up things. I'm like, this seems really like bizarre and neat, and I want to check it out, and I just don't, and it makes me sad because I will once again I will find easier ways to get serotonin, and it frustrates me because it also, after the serotonin high wears off, I'm just like, time was wasted and I have not done anything. So how you doing? How you doing, Chris? How you doing? Welcome. To be fair though, today was definitely a lot of big chilling because I was sick. I still don't know exactly how healthy I am, but I'm gonna attempt to go to work tomorrow. We'll find out. We'll find out. If I get too bad, the guild at the very least is like, oh yeah, no, if you're feeling like way too bad, just go home. So, also, I think like leaving a little bit of red in this flesh thing is actually kind of nice too. So I don't need to worry too much, but I think definitely like a second coat of Samara is definitely needed. Oh, the old glass Skullman. Ah, gotcha. That trap is another. Oh, let me look at that. Even with it. Oh god, the fucking Dominator. God damn. Dominator is so funny because it is so like aggressively British. Like it is everything about it is just fucking bananas. Oh hey, let's go. I think the new mutilators are cool, but I'm in a weird spot where I'm not going to be picking up some models for a while. Though I do think they look neat. They definitely look pretty neat. So hell yeah. Are you doing do you have a certain legion in mind? I'm doing word bearers just because word bearers are my boys. You sticking to Iron Warriors, doing some Black Legion. I do think I would like to get those mutilators and probably like flush them up a bit more though. I understand that they're the mutilators and the obliterators are trying to be more Iron Warriors-y, and that makes sense. But like I like my meat abominations that have more meat. I can get like way in that crevice. There we go. All right, second layer on the skin's going pretty legit. Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't get sick very often, and the guild is technically it's really weird where it's like the guild is pretty like lax on sick stuff, but also there's like a lot of work going on at the guild lately, so I don't know if if I'm doing too bad, like I will just have to not be there, but like I think they would really, really rather me be there. So yeah. Switch it. Oh no, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, crazy. To be fair, Bile's pretty legit. I had I was doing like the new Emperor's Children as sort of like Slanesh tainted word bearers. I'm very big on word bearers. This is gonna be not shocking news, but like yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh yeah, you get it. Let's go. I did that thing where I read the first Heretic and it fucked my shit up real bad, in like a fun way, but still. I've been like, cause like prior to that, I still like Death Guard. Don't get me wrong. Death Guard was sort of like my first real Chaos Army dealio. But man, the first Heretic was just like such a fun book. I'm getting close to ending the Spears of the Emperor, which has been like a pretty good ride. I've been enjoying that book so far. Though I think the next one, I think I'm just gonna go. I picked up a decent amount of those books during the big Audible sale, and I think the next one is probably just gonna be the Big Daka. I feel like, considering how like somber and depressing this book, that last book was, maybe some orc levity would be like a sort of like a good fit, for sure. So I'm also realizing that like I learned the tech of making like this Twitch alerts do like a really big text, and I'm seeing other people do that. Like, oh yes, the tech is spreading. I wonder if it's going to be before too long where like the Twitch people just shut that shit down. They're like, no, you can't do that. Oh shit, ad break. Let's go ahead and do that real quick before I forget. I met you to a new guy. Fuck off. Anyway, BRB. All right, we back. Ad break is over. I was doing a little bit like I need bases for all these guys at some point. So I was like doing some like test fits. I'm like, well, I got these like big chunky pillars. Well, I mean, I have them, I need to print some more though, because these kind of like bigger clusters. This is from like Zabavka, whatever the guy I get a lot of my 3D printing base bits for. I was like, it'd be cool to have them like on ruins doing stuff. It's like, what degree? It's like, do I want to do it kind of like flat like that? I'll be mixing up some cork too to kind of change the elevation. Because like there's a thing I saw from like Miscast, which I think is like generally good advice, that like having a mini just be kind of flat on the base is like, you know, not bad, but like especially if you can like angle them, like any amount of angling, like just even just like kind of changing it kind of like down or up just slightly adds a bit like of extra like dynamism to minis. I don't know. Honestly, I'll probably, considering the way I kind of merge my word bearers between games, probably going to be some guy from probably from like my Heresy dudes. Probably that. I haven't really thought about like these guys are very much like I've gotten the minis from. I got a lot of these the greater possessed I got for free, and the other ones were just made of scraps. So there's not exactly like necessarily a plan. Like I didn't go into this project being like, yes, I need 5 more possessed. Yeah, you'll see that there's 4. There's a 5th one for this unit, but he's done very differently. I took I took an Ultramarine torso and I stuck a demon in it because I thought it'd be like fun to have like one that was like sort of possessed against his will. But like otherwise, these guys are kind of just meant just to kind of be just like fun, goofy dudes. You know? How's it, Alfarin? How you doing? Welcome. Morning. I'm working on my possessed and being big chillin'. Gonna get all the like various little bits. And then I guess I'll have to try some like tint stuff. I'm also realizing too something that I was like, you know, doing a little bit of mini painting research. I think I've maybe been a little too aggressive on some of my enamel washes, so I don't think I'm gonna like stop using them. I definitely need to probably deal it back, you know. So just okay. I'll have to make sure to pretend to laugh. It'll be fun. Go. What was the seafood restaurant? Was that a seafood restaurant? All the staff wearing waterproof plants. I guess they're just fishing waiters. Ah ha ha ha! Fuck. No, I was doing a fake Titus laugh and people coming in. How's it going, everybody? How you doing? Night? And how you doing, Curry? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How you doing, Baking Salads? That's certainly a name. Also, how you doing, Kita? 420 Blaze It. How's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic of Miniature Painting VTuber of the Nerdlands game variety. How you doing, Region Pigeon, and then Shetz? And yeah, what are you working on? What are you painting? I'm currently doing some Wordbearer Possessed. I got 2 of the greater Possessed from like I think this is like a 7th edition kit. One of the 7th edition kits for sure, I think. Maybe 6th or 7th. Definitely like very late, but before that. And then I got my name right. Hey, I'm bad at names, so this is a Christmas miracle. And then these guys are some possessed that are just made of scraps. These are just like, oh yeah, I just got like a bunch of just random bits kicking around. Yeah, I do Warhammer. I do also... I didn't even mean to do a 6-7 joke, I swear. Yeah, I do various Warhams. I do Trench Crusade. I do Turnip 28. If you nerds want to see like my greater collection of minis, I do have an Instagram. Yeah, Night, what were you working on, yo? Oh, you're doing Gundam stuff. Hell yeah, let's go. I like Plomo, but I'm also very weird about like not watching a lot of Gundam stuff, so I mostly kind of stick to like Ava Plomo and stuff, and like Frame Arms Girls. Well, fuck yeah, let's go. Were they 8th edition kits? I remember they came in like a very specific box set, and I know they eventually got rolled into the Possessed scheme, so I was a little confused about where they came from. But okay, that's good to know. But yeah, I do a decent amount of Warhammer stuff. I paint on the regs. Also, and then chat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. You should get some paint here. Trench Crusade fucks. I was originally gonna do a turnip event today, but I was not feeling good this morning. I'm feeling better now though. Not 100%. Like I can still feel a little bit of scratchiness in my voice, but like it's not the worst. And you convince Knight to get a Deku cosplay. Why? I don't know. I'm probably okay. No, you're right. Okay, hold on. Let me grab. See here. Okay, yeah, you know what? You are... Let me do this. I absolutely think you should get a Deku cosplay. I think you should. I think that's actually like a really good idea. I think that's an excellent suggestion, but it needs to be this one. I think this is you know, probably get like a shirt or something like that. But I think this is the correct Deku cosplay you should get. There we go. Yeah, this is the correct choice. I'm assuming you mean Deku from My Hero Academia, which is an anime that I don't really watch, so I don't think I can give anyone like an actual recommendation to dress up for anything from it. So there we go. So yeah, look, I'm full of good. Okay, like, can you do the Deku voice? I don't really do like dubbed anime either, though. Apparently doing the whole like Sukano drama. I don't remember that guy's name. So Curry, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome. Apparently that guy just naturally sounds like Deku. So when he did like his cheating apology that the Deku voice actor read it out, I thought that was kind of amusing. I thought that was a fun use of goofy talents. What's you doing, maybe? How you doing? But yeah. Otherwise, I don't think I'm gonna be able to give like that. I have been. I don't know. I elf. Oh, I should also show you guys when I say mimic elf what I mean. Hold on. Let me bust out the goods. Hold on. Like adjust. Oh, let me go like that and what? And then there we go. Hey, there we go. So yeah, mimic elf. I do have to put my shirt on though. You know, I don't want to get paint over everything. There we go. How you doing, son? How you doing? There we go. Yeah, there we go. I like when I do that and people are like, holy shit. Yeah, you know, I'm a bit of a spicy lad, but yeah. I don't know. I like being an elf and I like being a weird little freak, and I think this is a good compromise between the two. For free. Eventually, to be fair, the goods eventually got paid for. The goods got paid for. So it all worked out. All worked out. Let me see. Yeah, these guys are like pretty early on. They were kind of like base coated in red with just like a airbrush. I'm trying to go back in and just get some of the other little bits. Fuck. Knock them into each other and stuff like that. But yeah. So used to work. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, oh god, yeah, no, the third is so when it comes to actually playing 40K, I actually only have played 3rd edition. We have like a little 3rd edition scene where I'm at. I either do Chaos Space Marines or the Lost in the Dam specifically, because it's fun. Like I might give 11 a go, just because I know that there's some people I know who might be interested in giving 11 a try, and I might give it a go. I mean, I have like a fully painted Chaos Knights army that could definitely use some like love on the table, but like. Otherwise, I really enjoy how like older editions used to have like a lot more character customization, and you can kind of do your own thing. I thought that was really, really neat. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of like stratagems or like kind of like certain fixed loadouts and stuff like that. Like I said, I would never probably like refuse to play, but for me, like looking at that 3rd edition Chaos Codex and just like all the fun little options you can do, that super activates my neurons. That activates my neurons super duper hard. For this guy, yeah, I can see it. It's definitely got like red and the dark brown for sure, yeah. He's gonna be covered in like a bunch of little mutated flesh, which is why I'm doing this kind of like paler skin tone that I'm gonna do some stuff to later. I don't know if I'll get to it tonight, we'll find out. How you doing, Mikey? How you doing? Giggity, not dead. Not dead. Why the giggity? How you doing? There we go. But yeah, I've not played any other editions. I would also like to play Horus Heresy at some point, just because like I also have some stuff for that too. I might as well. Oh yeah, I think I was gonna get this guy's belly earlier. I think I was gonna get the belly, and I just totally forgot. Be like that. No, that's totally fair. To, like, you know, have different preferences or whatever. I said my neurons were fired. My neurons were activated. I don't think you want hardened neurons. I think that's brain death at a certain point. Heresy does seem really neat though. I know right now that like the thing that my local group is doing is like 15mm Bad Ab War using modified Heresy 2nd Edition rules. And I've just started getting stuff printed out for that, but like that's going to be a slow ass process. Like I just got like a bunch of lads kind of like based and whatnot. There we go. Little lad. This is not meant to retain this color. I'm going to spray paint everything black. They're going to be Minotaurs. These Minotaurs are red. You know, I have not played Devil May Cry. I've meant to. At some point. I have them. So this, I'm in a weird state as a VTuber because specifically I tend to paint minis. I paint minis twice a week. This isn't like a one-off gimmick stream. This is something I do like as like my main thing. But because of that, I get through video games at a much slower rate. So like the one video game I'm actively streaming right now is Half-Life 2, which Half-Life 2 is really good. Once again, surprising absolutely no one that critically acclaimed game Half-Life 2, pretty good. But it's gonna take me a bit to get through that. Trich, hey, fuck yeah, let's go. Need our powerful thing, indeed. But it's kind of like said that off the shoulder, but that's fine. Shoulder off the hip, whatever. Same deal. Yeah, I keep seeing a lot of people are saying that they really like it because apparently what I keep hearing is that Pragmata like managed to make a kid character that was endearing and not annoying. I heard they just kind of made her a little weirdo. And then people are endeared instead of being like, I'm an endearing child, And people are like, oh, please let me hit you with a rake. But I don't know if I'm gonna get around to that. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I do have a bunch of Trench Crusade minis on my Instagram, which I linked earlier. They're pretty legit. I could see like dad simulators as a genre being fun. I've really not played any dad sim games, I guess. Like unless you're talking about like work sim games that are just inherently like dads like. Even that point, I don't think I've even played too many of those. I do want to try. Apparently, there's a Dreamcast game for Blue Submarine. Blue Submarine number 6 or number 9, I forget which. It's the one you've probably seen. The mermaid. The mermaid from Blue Submarine is pretty famous. But there's apparently like a whole like kind of like work sim Dreamcast game about like salvaging stuff from underwater. I'm like, it's kind of neat because one, that anime is pretty legit. It's only like 6 episodes. Give it a watch. It's fun. But also like the fact it's like, oh yeah, this is like a kind of like a work sim game on the Dreamcast, which is like, oh, that's like pretty forward thinking, you know? Gonna gift you a Margot dub. I don't. It's so like I have like a core group of VTubers I sub to, and then like sometimes I'm like, oh god, I have too many. I'll like kind of cut back. I think Margot's one that I kind of like in like every now and then will sub to. No issue with her or anything. Just, you know, it's like if I have too many subs, I'm like, oh, money's exploding. I think also before this move, I was like, well, I should probably cut down on some of these. All right. You know, got tighten my belt proverbially. Yeah, I know she was excited for it, but I think she's got different motives than most people. Margot's a fun lady. Do I watch Fates? No. So like I've been meaning to sort of read those sort of like visual novel classics like Sai no Uda and Fate and like a couple of others. I think I would like fucking Umineko, but it's also like a million billion chapters, so I might want to hit up all the other ones. It's pretty long. Like I was reading Shizuku, but like I didn't finish it. That's the one that I need to go back to. Shizuku is kind of like the visual novel that's sort of like one of the earliest Dempa works that was kind of associated with the term. And I was enjoying it, but then the thing happened that like life got busy, and then I stopped reading a thing that I enjoyed, and it made me big sad because I was enjoying it. And like I could go back and restart it, and I should, but I just haven't. It happens a lot. I've mentioned before that like Nier Automata is my Automata. Goddamn Automata. Nier Automato is like my white whale because I will play it and then I will get through it and then like I will not get all the way through it, but I'll get decently through it, and then like something catastrophic will happen to my life, and then I have to like drop it for a while, and then I just forget it. Bloody Bride was like, I wish I enjoyed Bloody Bride more. Like the elements were there, and it was really 90s and charming, and like the translation was kind of goofy, but that was kind of also fun. But it was just, after a while, it just kind of became a slog, and I started hating all the girls, which is like, you know, like, I also, I don't know, I wish it was better. I wish it was better. It's like, I actually do kind of like the dating sim style dating, like a lot of like romance visual novels are called dating sim, but I kind of like the dating sims where like you are dating. Like you are dating someone. And there's like stats and you gotta manage a thing instead of just being like a visual novel with like branching routes that happens to have romance or sex in it or whatever. See, I don't think like Fate would be too bad, but like I'm just curious if I look like Umineko length. I'm curious. So apparently Umineko can take up to 100 to 150 hours, roughly. Or at least more than 50. And I know deep in my heart I'd probably like it, but like I think I could finish. Buddy, nice. I didn't know what I was supposed to do, so I'm like, why not? Oh yeah, I'll just pink his tongue real quick. That'll be nice and easy. So I don't think he is. I'm telling you nerds that like this is a 90s dating sim for the PlayStation. I don't think the yaoi route was going to be a thing. I don't think so. I could be wrong. Seems very unlikely. It's very, very, very unlikely. Oh yeah, get you some food, yo. No reason to starve while you watch my bullshit. There we go. But yeah, right. Especially for people coming in, this is very much like I am base coding this guy. Like this is very much like I am just trying to hit like the colors, and then also like maybe start doing some details later. But the goal is to try to get everything to not just be red. So far we're doing a pretty good job. What the, oh, he's got like a weird ass holster on his leg. I've been trying to process what the fuck that was. Okay. It's a blessed true pairing. I think you nerds are delusional, but whatever. I wouldn't mind, like, the thing is I do kind of like those style of games. I wish, I really want, I wish Toki Memo 2 was in English. I really wish Toki Memo 2 was in English, because I think, like, I enjoyed Tokimeki Memorial 1. That was, like, a relatively solid game. But, like, from what I understand, Toki Memo 2 basically blows the fuck out of the water. Where it's just like, oh yeah, it's like the character, like the characters are better. There's more nuance and story there. You got a whole segment where it's just like your early life growing up and stuff like that. Tracks. I'm trying to remember what the fuck that one is. Oh, that boy. Yeah. I'm used to seeing, because that's like the basis for bloat drones. So I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that that's like the OG. Is it that big? Because like the bloat drones aren't super big. I guess maybe the Mechanicum ones are kind of like more chunky, I guess. I also realized I missed like a couple little bits of metal around the back for like the vents. I might be at that stage where I start doing some like red cleanup in a couple of areas. It's like this guy's getting there. This guy's doing pretty good. I was also like, oh yeah, he's also got like tubes and stuff. Like, I guess I can continue the tradition of just trying to get everything to be like vaguely the same flesh tone. There we go. So yeah, I don't know if there's ever gonna be like I'm not gonna write dating sims off the list of games I might play in the future. I just haven't really found one that really like activates my almonds in a way. Which is a shame. I also wonder why that got translated over Toki Memo. I guess also, from what I understand, Toki Memo is like a crazy long game. I mean, crazy huge game, my bad. Like basically, I think it took like 5 PS1 discs. I think it was like 5 or 6 specifically because there was a really funky thing you could do. So like Japanese is a really cool language because it's like, you know, English is a fucking train wreck of a language. This also is not me being like thing Japan. Other languages have this too. But like if your name is Tanaka, That's just, you know, 3 characters, pretty consistent. And they had like a whole disc that you could actually use to like set up how your voice was pronounced. Like you could dedicate basically a whole memory card to Toki Memo, and then characters would sort of synthesize voice lines based on like how you pronounce itself. So instead of just being like, hey, like you know when like a game would talk and be like, hey, how's it going? Blank. And then they would continue speaking. Hey, how's it going? And like the text would say your name, but the dialogue would be like, how's it doing, freshman, or whatever. They would actually say your voice, which is very, very cool, but also required a lot of space. Really? What's your base language? Like if you don't want to say it, that's fine. I'm fully willing to believe this is like the grass is always greener kind of deal. Like, I know I'm comfortable with English. I don't mind it. But like for me, it's kind of like, oh yeah, I grew up with it. So a lot of like the weird little bullshit stuff. Oh, you're Italian. Okay. I will fully admit that I do not know much about the Italian language. So maybe that's a favorable matchup. 100mm base? Holy shit, that is a big boy. Oh, that's kind of nuts. Let's see, what do I do here? One thing I could start doing is doing like a slightly brighter. Did I use a dark red? I think I used a darker red on this. So if I just kind of go in with like a brighter red and kind of like keep the edges kind of dark, I'm probably going to eventually washes and everything. It's not going to be like crazy bright at the end of the day. Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, the buffalo thing, I'm like, that's okay because like I think every language has like a really goofy sentence that if you just kind of like follow the goofiness to its logical conclusion, you get that. It's still very funny though. Oh, so it's like if you want to write something like nice and simple, it's just gotta like you just gotta add a bunch of shit. You're like, oh god, this is exhausting. I could see that. I mean, I bet the end result of an Italian song is really cool, but I could totally see what you mean though. But for me, I have to imagine that like I don't know what it, like education's like over there. This is once again not mean anything offensive, but like the idea of needing to like sit down and like for like essay writing, like if you're saying it's like kind of like really like a verbose kind of like verbose language, that has to be really fucking exhausting then. You're like, please, I just want to get this essay done. How you doing, Bobby? How you doing? Oh yeah, we're doing Possessed. I'm learning about Italian at the same time. Oh, it's more than 4 languages. It's also just kind of funny because like there's still other languages that still do that whole borrowing thing. Like part-time job in Japanese is arubaito, which is just like for I think arbeit, like it's I think the base word's German or Portuguese, I believe. And like bread is pan, which I believe is from Portuguese in there too. But it's not like Japanese is entirely without like loan words and stuff, or like, you know, it's just kind of funny how that works out. Oh yeah, okay, so this is like slightly better. Going in, just kind of going a little splotchy, might get a little bit on there too. Get a little bit of the dark so I can get some of those like edge bits or whatever that I definitely like overshot. Through into the history of Quakers as a kid, I was an otaku. Fuck. Why'd that one get me? Fuck. God damn it. Okay, I guess you are on a roll today. I will concede this has been probably your best pun run in a while. I will give credit where credit is due, for sure. Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's just kind of what's fun. You do it. See, I love doing bases. I fucking love doing bases. Then again, though, for me, just bases are kind of like a fun little like diorama project. Especially because like mutilators are what, on like 60 mils, so you have like a decent amount of space on there. I will also say though, I do have a 3D printer, so like just printing out basing bits is really nice. I can just print out a bunch of bits and keep them in like a little container. So like if one day I just need to get some basing done, I can just kind of go into my bits jar of like it's not a jar, it's a fucking it's like a Target little flexi plastic thing that I got ages ago. Oh, come on, camera froze. Shut up. Yep. There we go. I'm also probably doing this move to do like I do periodic dustings of my PC. I haven't done like a really deep one in a while. So like I have to imagine eventually when I do that I'm gonna get like real up in there. I'm just gonna unleash like fucking just like kilograms of dust. It'll be like, oh, this is gonna run a lot better now, huh? Got some behind the knee flash. How's you doing, Huggy? How you doing? Thank you. Oh yeah, Neil. Did I say hi? Bobby, I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. But yeah, no, Neil says Riga Fox. He's so good. Everything's so good. It's so good. Get a little bit of fish back in there, and I'll probably need to touch up some of it. That's. I'm doing things in this way because I'll just reveal what areas need some extra love, and that'll just be all nice and fine and dandy. There we go. Yes, yeah. Weirdly, some of his Limp Bizkit covers are like surprisingly good. I'm realizing that I need to get into the gooch on. This one's got a metal gooch. I mean, this one's got a totally solid gooch. This one's got a reasonably solid gooch. This one's gooch is also solid. I think some of these guys were like easy builds or something weird. This guy's got actually got the little part I'm going to need to have like a dark gray. I guess I could put some dark gray in there. It's already on my palette. I might as well. Oh, this poor brush. This poor brush is actually starting to like fray a little bit. I'm that's one of those things that like maybe is like a home warming gift for my new place. I might invest in some new brushes. I'm probably due for like a big brush refresh. I've been seeing it's interesting because I will see like brush companies advertising on Instagram and I'm like, well, those do look nice. Because otherwise my real like, you know, fancy brush knowledge is like, well, Winsor & Newton used to be like the big dick top dogs, but I think they've kind of fallen off in recent years. Artist Opus I still think is pretty pricey and pretty nice. It's like way too watery. There we go. Oh yeah, post some bases, yo. Post some bases. Gotta get in there, add a little bit of brighter red. There's like the Grimdark Compendium guys also have been doing some tutorial stuff for word bears, which has been nice. I've been looking. Is that like a little? Okay, I've been looking at that as of late, which has been pretty cool. Nothing like it's really frustrating though. I like their stuff, and like I do occasionally get I do occasionally get some of their enamels, but they have a really bad issue of pretty much only using their newer stuff. Like I got their entire OG set of enamels, and now all their tutorials don't even really use them anymore. It's really frustrating. I did think a lot of the OG first batch was kind of lacking, I guess. Like Goon's Grime was pretty solid. Some of the rust effects were pretty good. But there's a lot of those other ones that are just like maybe not necessarily bad, but just like their application is like relatively niche. Which is just kind of like, oh, okay. I got like two different just kind of like weird grings, which aren't too bad. Here we go. Oh yeah, these I still like every now and then like Limp Wicket. So I also did a Ewok painting stream like a million years ago, and I thought as a fun joke I would just do nothing but play Limp Wicket for that entire stream. And because of that, that song has like burrowed its way into my jellies. Like it just remains there forever, lurking. It's just waiting to fully strike. This guy's got a little bit on the. I do on there. How you doing, 6 Foot Squirrel? Welcome. How you doing? I'm working on some various lads. Doing some little touch-up bits and some little highlighty bits. If I need to figure, he's got like little funky vents. I don't know if I want to make those flesh. I think I do. I think those need. I also because one of my I'm not using Rakear flesh. I'm using Griffin Claw, which is the Tooth and Coats version of it. One of them is clogged, so a bunch of them just kind of came off on my palette. Like I definitely need to use it a bit more if I don't waste it. I just keep like all these just kind of like there we go, just kind of flesh venty a little bit. Yeah, stick it up your It's also just I also just think in general because of like nostalgia or whatever, people have just generally softened up on like Limp Bizkit and stuff. Like I don't think there's ever going to be like I mean, I guess I could totally see a video essay of like Limp Bizkit was actually like a genius. That happens a lot. That's kind of like a very popular kind of like clickbait thing. It's like, oh, thing you thought was bad, actually genius. You know, it's like right up there with, can you beat X game by only doing Y? Can you beat Pokemon by only using a Chansey, I guess? I don't know. Fuck it. Here's 10 million free views, I guess. It's just kind of funny how that works out. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's necessarily going to bat, but like maybe one day we'll actually get like a video essay from like a very, very earnest Zoomer talking about how Nickelback is a forgotten classic. I will fully admit that I'm not entirely immune to those, Chris. Exactly. Like I did watch there's a guy that does like what's it called? He does like Scribblenauts playthroughs trying to like reduce the amount of words you need. Apparently you can beat Scribblenauts 1 entirely with just Santa Claus, which I was like, that's fun enough. Oh, for sleep videos, no, that's also really true. My sleep video rotations are Rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dan Olson Folding Ideas Guy, which he just did a big one on Mr. Beast, which I'm like, yes, this is going to the sleep rotation. Let's go. Created to Limp Bizkit fucking ruin everything. I have fond personal memories of Korn. They're not like that different in the grand scheme of things. Like that's very much like the two people being like, I hate you should die, and they're like not that different. That's very funny though. I mean, if you're like how you're forced to listen to Korn or Limp Bizkit, I would definitely choose Korn pretty much every time. Every now and then my brain is like, hey Hal, you need to listen to Twisted Transistor. Do it right now. I'm like, okay. that's a reasonable enough request, brain. I can handle that. So Steve, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. This move has been very frustrating, but it's going. It's going. God, the Mr. Beast one, I think, like, it's like I've already not been a big fan of Mr. Beast for the same reasons that everyone doesn't like Mr. Beast, where he's like, he's really inauthentic. He's just kind of exists to pump out like legitimately like content. It's like, yeah, just like take a thumbnail, try to make a video over it, and just kind of use it just to milk the numbers. And it's like it's everything I hate about modern internet as just like the one man. So. I don't know what to do for this, like there's like that. It's like there's like a little actual metal bit. There's also these like little distressed area, whatever. Yeah, it's like he's got like a weird like baked in compulsion where he's like, I have to, because like that was really sad because like I will fully admit, prior to the Dan Olson video, I didn't know how Mr. Beast got big. Where his first video was him just counting to like 100,000, and then he got interviewed about it. He's like, yeah, I just wanted to monetize myself watching Game of Thrones. So he just counted on a video, and it's like, and this is not even like, what's the best way to say this? Like, he didn't even fall. Like, that wasn't even like him falling at that point. There was like, I feel like even though I knew it wasn't true, I think there was something in my heart of hearts that would have liked, oh, at one point, Mr. Beast, like I think, cause like there was like apparently a lot of his earlier videos with his buds. And I think my brain was like, would have liked to assume that he was like Smosh. That he was like Smosh who went to the dark side, where he was like, yeah, just me and my bros hanging out, goofing up. And just one day, like, the siren song of big money eventually got to him, and he just became, like, Jimmy Beast content machine. But it's like, no, he was like that from fucking day one, and that is incredibly saddening. In a way that's, like, is, like, it's like, man, you never stood a chance. You were always just kind of fucked. That kind of, like, brain rot to get big numbers was always there. I'm here, champion. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. base building app game. Oh, yeah, it's like I do know that the man has like basically like he's like I don't know if he's necessarily like autistic, but he's kind of got like what you would assume be like an like I guess this kind of makes sense where it's like, you know how like everybody has their own hobbies, but then like sometimes if you do run into someone who's autistic, they're really really into it, like, you know, they're like to like a life consuming way. Like legitimately, like he might have like that, like, you know, that kind of like like internet version of autism hobby for just like numbers and money, and that's so sad. He could like maybe if somebody got to him early enough, he might have gotten into trains. Wouldn't that have been nice, like an alternate reality where somebody's like, "Hello, little Jimothy Beast. Check out this fucking locomotive," and then like he's just like, "Oh boy, I love trains. Also, I'm a British boy now," and yeah, that like maybe that alternate reality is a nicer thing, you know? But yeah, it's because his hobby, his compulsion is just money's and numbers. Yeah. Oh, exactly, Chris. It's like he's good at what he does. For which, but what he does is just incredibly, just like, you know, saddening and just like culture destroying. His entire like hobby is making slop. Yeah, the billionaire disease. I mean, like, yeah, I guess that's the same thing that like fucking like Elon Musk and like what's his fucking name, Zuckerberg has. I guess that is kind of billionaire disease. I was trying to think. I was almost want to say Notch, but I don't think Notch really has billionaire disease. I think he's just somebody who just lucked into a bunch of money because of Minecraft. Like, as far as I can tell, I don't know if he's like actively like I think he just kind of sits around with his money and just is just sad on Twitter. That's so Steve. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. I do appreciate that. That will help for the move. Unironically, yeah. Unironically. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if Mr. Beast, like, I wonder if he will ever like. Here's the weird thing. I'm like, would he ever write a biography? And I don't know if he would, because on one hand, I kind of know that he also does like a lot of things on those like DIY, because like you know, there's like Mr. Beast fans who are like 10 and they're like, whoa, big number, whoa. But there's also like Mr. Beast fans who are kind of real big on that, like they see him as like a success story of like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. And I think for those people, he would make a biography, but only if he thought it could like make him money or make his numbers bigger. So like I don't know if I would read that, because I feel like a lot of biographies are kind of just like a slow, like a lot of biographies are just kind of like a blowjob for someone, unless like they turn out like, unless that person turned out to be like a serial killer or something horrible, where then it becomes like, you know, then it's a lot more critical. I have to imagine if like Mr. Beast had his own biography that he kind of like made himself, it would be very much like I am a success. I am John Business. Oh yeah, I think he's basically gone on record of just being like, because in the Dan Olsen video was straight up, there's like a lot of elements that were like, oh yeah, if you haven't like straight up like dystopian corporate posters were just in like the Beast Labs or whatever the fuck he calls this like R&D team, where it's like, hey, oh god, was it basically like, if you have an idea, stop and think if this is going to be like 100 million video idea. So like, it's not even like, so like it's straight up like, it's like a sociopathic just like numbers factory, where it's like oh yeah, is your idea not going to make infinite views from 10-year-olds? Then no. Yeah, Notch I will never understand. Maybe. I mean, I've never been rich. So like, I don't know. I don't know how the money would corrupt my beautiful, perfect elven soul. Sorry. I had to be a little kitty, little joking. But like, I feel like if I had his money, I would be having a lot more fun. That make any sense? Like, I feel like if I was not rich, I would be like funding like cool art projects or like new games or whatever. But like, he's just kind of sad on Twitter all the time, and it's like it's like, you know, like if you gave me like $1 million, like I would still VTube. I would probably have some like really fucking like bitchin' model upgrades and assets and stuff like that, but I would still like do this. I would have fun. I would maybe buy some like really dumb shit. I don't know. Part of me's like would I want a Black Lotus legitimately? Oh yeah, he does like he basically does like his like charity channel, but he also kind of does it in like a weird like kind of competition way. I've once again, I actually don't think I've watched a Mr. Beast video at all, and I don't think I ever will. I don't see any really reason to do that. Your trim is fun, dude. Gotta get up in that trim a bit more. Yeah, I would like I think A-Moxon would be cool. I don't want to. I kind of know what's on the tin. I don't think I'm gonna like find anything really fucking crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like if you gave me that much money, I would probably just do what I do now, but just not work. No, I don't know. It's actually like because of like inflation. I don't know how much $1 million would really carry you. Like there's probably some way to like safely invest that so you don't have to work again, but I don't know how. You know? Fuck the Yahoo song. What's wrong with the Yahoo song? It's fine. But yeah, no, I don't. I would love to be. Oh, okay. Maybe that would be the plan then. Okay, step one. If I ever become a millionaire, just move to Italy. That is something that like weirdly I think about. Like not Italy specifically, but there's kind of like a very interesting thing where like a lot of the miniature hobby is located overseas. So I'm like, I don't know. Would I ever reach a point where like technically like I don't know if I ever got like big, like it would almost to a certain degree sometimes would maybe make sense. I just add a lot of add-ons to that to like straight up like move to the UK. I don't think I would, but like there would actually be probably some like fringe benefits to doing so. Hey, Vtuber, how you doing? Yeah, I would love just to take that and just like put all that money in like a bank and just have it just like spit out like just livable amounts of money until I die. Like that legitimately would be the dream for sure. These are like mostly done, but the angles are just kind of fucked. It's fine. I fully. Oh, this guy's also got the fuck events. These guys' fuck events I might make like the fucking like horn color. There we go. Running into Britty Jim. See, I thought he lived in like Michigan or somewhere. That's where you get the real racket comes in. Oh, so basically the kind of I don't think I could be a landlord. That's the thing. I'm not opposed to the idea of like investing in like a business or something like that. Because that's actually weirdly like we are actually now at the point where it's like VTubers are, you know, some VTubers are getting to the point where they're like getting like decently wealthy. Not like crazy so, but to the point where they're like, I'm going to invest into like, you know, like production companies and businesses. Like the whole like gamer subs thing is kind of like a relatively smart idea where it's like, yeah, it's like a business. When it reaches a point where like streaming is not like if you're doing it as a job where streaming is no longer really profitable, you got like a brand of stuff to work on, you know? Yeah, I like there's some do that. Like I know remember there's a while where like a lot of the hollows were like, oh yeah, I've been like even like the hollow stars I think were like straight up like buying new houses and stuff. I don't blame them though, you know, it's like I would like to own a house someday. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be in the cards, but like I would like my own place, like to permanently own, you know. Hi there, Emperor. How you doing? Oh no, I haven't. Oh, the Emperor says I should have fun painting some chaos stuff. You know, if the Emperor said so, you know. Yeah, no, it's the whole Hollow Stars thing is kind of fucked. I do also wonder, like, I do think in general that corpo VTubing isn't as profitable as a lot of these companies would like. Now, like going back to the idea that like I think like maybe cutting Hollow Earth would have been better than just like cutting all the Hollow Stars high and dry. But also I have to imagine that like a lot of like Like, I don't think I'm not surprised that HoloLive is effectively downsizing. Where it's like, I think we're way beyond like COVID lock-in eras, and like they've clearly tried to do some stuff to diversify, and I don't think it's worked out like they would have liked. And I don't think what they did to the HoloStars are right. It's probably not necessarily a great idea, but I guess I'm not surprised. Yeah, there's like it's Hollow Earth. I think it's Hollow Earth. It's the fucking, it's like a weird mobile app that I've never heard anyone use, but I also don't really, I think we've had this conversation a couple times. I don't know anyone who uses it, but I also don't hang out in like very big. Yeah, it's also kind of tricky too, because like there is kind of a botting problem with Twitch stuff. Now, whenever it comes up, the company does things in the dumbest way. But like, also, I'm not surprised that certain investors are like, well, if I just put my money on here, it gets set on fire. So like, I don't know. Give me some water. Oh, I'm fucking jealous, Chris. Oh god, I'm fucking jealous. Let me see. Let me convert that money into burgers. I believe it's like generally like a euro is maybe like $1.5, I think. To USD, that's, oh man, that would be great. Oh, that's unfortunate. What's just like bad like, oh, are you having bad luck on dashes? Are you having bad luck on dashes? Because that's, oh god, okay. Oh, so never mind. So you have to reinforce them. Right? Have you been reinforced? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's fucking brutal. I was gonna say, like, you know, maybe invest into a musician. Those are actually surprisingly really solid for getting you there on turn one. But like, oof, that is tragic, my dude. Holy shit. It's like a little bit bright. Getting there, trying to like some of those. There we go. Oh, that's unfortunate, but yeah. Let's see. Big. Yeah. I mean, you're probably just had some shit luck. But if you ever want to like put your list into Discord, I can maybe take a look at that, see if there's anything going wrong. It's probably it probably is fine. It's just like inherently just like, you know, war game bad luck be like that sometimes. Real unfortunate, but. Continue to get these guys highlighted and whatnot. Man, like kills but couldn't land a single shot. Oh god, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Yeah, especially because he had a lot of that guy's values in the rifle. So yeah, if you just have bad luck and can't hit with it, oh, that's brutal, my guy. I'm very sorry. Very sorry. Yeah. Dash rolls are I'm so bad at dash rolls. They're like the one risky roll that I definitely fuck up constantly. I've been getting slightly better luck with them, but not like too much. A little bit of the red on there. I think because like all these, I especially really want to get these two greater ones looking pretty legit. It's got like a funky little eye up top. I gotta do something with that eye at some point. Yeah, that's really tragic. But yeah, no, the whole HoloStars thing is fucked up. It's real bad. I do also legitimately wonder if maybe if eventually the FSP guys might try poaching some of them. I have to imagine a lot of the HoloStars are gonna like get the fuck out once their contract goes up. How you doing, rookie? How you doing? Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah, the current place I got's not too bad on stuff. Where it's like, I think I got the washer, dryer, dishwasher. So far, the only issue I have, when I was chilling in there, I did hear some creaks. I did hear some creaks from the ceiling, which I'm hoping is like, you know, I will say I haven't heard any like voice pollution stuff. And I'm also fully prepared that, like, I do want to continue to stream. like in the new place for sure. I'm hoping I don't need to invest into like a sound tent kind of deal, but I will if I have to. If I have to build one of those like DIY sound tents, I absolutely will. It wouldn't be too bad, I guess. Raccoon pet. No, I am in like a middle floor. So it's that's more of a like the top and the really only the top level. I don't really hear him from the bottom. Yeah. I almost looked into like FSP stuff for a while, but I don't think I fit that scene too well, especially because I don't think I do BFA particularly, or not in like an aggressive way. We're not mini painting. Oh yeah, that's a mood. That's real. Yeah, I mean, yeah, take it easy. Just don't need to work. Just like give your lads a break. Maybe build some stuff. Oh god, yeah, no, same. I've been kind of in a weird spot with like doing hobby prep things where I've been like, ironically, building more than I'm painting. I'm like, well, this is just making more minis to pack, I guess, but also like, it's fun. So like, if I need to take like 1 or 2 more trips to get all my shit over, it's not the worst. I've been actually pretty happy so far that like, so far my stuff seems to be, because like I'm downsizing by maybe about like 300 more square, no, way more, 300. I think like 400 more square feet, but I also have like a little side storage unit in like a little balcony area. So it's like, I got a decent amount of place to put stuff. I also in this house bought me like a million billion things. See, I don't think it's managed too bad. I think what's really unfortunate about Trench Crusade is because inherently because like the initial arch drama, there are a lot of people who will kind of like poison the water and be like, oh yeah, game, it's worked really, really bad. Like if there's like any complaints about anything whatsoever. Oh, okay, so it's like a real chill one then. There we go. 2 cents on the mini. It'd have to be like an after stream thing. Like if you put it in the Discord, I could probably check in. Yeah, because like I still don't think that the Trench Crusade stuff has ran bad. So far, the only real running concern is that like there was some people getting their designs taken down, but I think they've basically said that like, yeah, like don't directly just like rip off and name models, just kind of do your own thing, and like if you can always talk to us if you have any concerns. I think that's reasonable, but some people were like, "Oh yes, the end of Trench Crusade means Meanwhile, Games Workshop will do something like 1,000,000 times worse, and no one will give them like any shit whatsoever." It's like okay there. I think like people do have like, I think there are legitimate complaints I have about Trench Crusade, but I get really defensive. I get really defensive over it because I'm used to a lot of them like not being legitimate. Or like sometimes if you just like, well, explain why you have a beef, and then like if people have like a genuine beef, they can articulate their beef, and I'm like, I see where you're coming from, and I understand, It was Demons of the Shadow Realm. I don't think I've heard about that. Like it's like the highlighty little bits are turning out pretty legit. I also do think some of like the little inherent kind of like scuffness of the trim is going to be picked up once I start. Fuck, I forgot this guy's a Chaos Star. Yeah, it's like, yeah, so far everything seems to be good. And like there's new Kickstarters coming out for like third-party companies doing stuff for like, usually they're kind of doing that thing like, oh yeah, this is X country, but in Trench Crusade, which is kind of neat. Oh shit, nice. I'll have to check that out. I kind of forgot that she was doing like a new series. Let me Google that for later. I don't know if I'll actually guarantee watch it, but I would like to actually like see how that works. Full like FMA was really, really legit. But yeah. Oh, God forbid, artists just make characters that kind of look similar. Yeah, it's so strange. I don't know. As somebody who's been around the hobby for a while, sometimes like complaints and sunk cost are weird. Like I still find it funny that there are like dedicated like I hate Games Workshop with every fiber of my being, individuals that'll still just constantly put out videos on like the Siege of Rax because it's just they're just absolutely mind broken. It's like god damn. Like at least if you hate G-dubs, and you're allowed to. That's not a controversial take. Like fucking commit to it, you know? What if I make these? Hey, I might make this like a brass thing, just a little bit color variety. I think I'll leave the trim. Oh. Ah, God, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, like FMA, it was a lot of people's like first like real big like, oh shit, anime can be cool. So I can totally understand that like the comparison stuff. That's probably not too simple. Now let's go. Where you're going? Ah, gotcha. I mean, so it would be cool to see. I also know she did like a farming manga that I think would be fun, just because I know that like that's kind of also like another thing she's really into. I'm a big sucker for this is a niche hobby, but like also this is an anime now. Like I need to do the one. What's it called? There's like one that is oh, I'm blanking on it. It'll drive me nuts. Oh yeah. The one about the rocks. There's an anime that's about rocks, and I know that the lady has the big baps, but it's also about minerals. I think I would really enjoy that, just because like I mean, the big baps are fine, sure, but like once again I like when people are like, this is my niche hobby. This is my niche hobby, and I'm going to use a cute anime girl to no. This one's like not rock people, like about mineralogy, stuff like that. I liked like Sabagebu and like Frame Arms Girl and like the Bakuan. It's like, well, once again, just like yeah, it's like yeah, the author really liked like motorcycles. So here you go. Oh fuck, hold on, ad break time. Should be the last one for tonight, assuming I didn't wait too long. Can I activate that in time? There we go. BRB! Wow. Julie's baby back ribs. Sorry. All right, let's go. Wow. All right, we're back. Yippee. I used that little opportunity to get some feet. Get some like little not oh yeah, for this guy, get like the bottom of his feet, some other stuff. Oh yeah, once the ugly old men show up, things could get going. I think some of the older guys in FMA were very much like I don't know if I'd say they're ugly necessarily. Not like anime boy pretty, but like that's more in vogue now, if anything. There's also like the God, what was that fucking? I guess it's not that old. I know there's that like one anime that came out where it's like a princess knight lady. I don't think she's actually a princess. I think just like a knight lady. It's sort of like kidnapped by this like barbarian warlord dude. It's like, oh yeah, you're my bride now. And he did that thing where he's got the like the kind of gruffer salt and pepper kind of facial hair dealio. I don't know how actually old he is though, because I think he shaves at one point. I saw a clip of him shaved, and I'm like, oh, he looks way more regular anime pretty boy this way. It's like sometimes I forget, so I basically paint like a solid maybe like foot and some change between like model and my face. And like when I'm doing like when the ad breaks are up, I'm actually like bringing the mini like real close to my face. I'm like, oh, this is like a whole new world of bullshit that I never really get to see. God, this guy's got some more trim I gotta get though. Yeah, that one's relatively new. I do have a bad habit still of like, I'll be on like Twitter or something and I'll see like a anime clip and I'm like, oh, I should watch that, and I don't. Local elf likes the idea of watching things, does not watch things. Yeah, it's my greatest flaw. All right, like don't grubby old men. I mean, based. Let's go. I mean, it's like one of those things. It's like I really like it when somebody's like, yeah, no, this is my thing, and I just kind of do that. I just kind of do that. Like I appreciate it. Like you know, like the author of Baki, it just draws like the most grotesque men you've ever seen, and I would be upset if he didn't. Apparently, Baki got like a McDonald's collab because McDonald's Japan is buck wild. McDonald's Japan will just kind of do whatever. Like there's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do like Iosis like throwback videos. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like this is it's weird to be like, yeah, this is like some kind of like older kind of like otaku nostalgia. Like is that still hamburgers? Like legitimately? Like I'm glad they're doing it. It's just very strange because I'm not sure what the returns on that. Oh, it's also kind of like how the Dungeon Meshi lady has like a. I thought she had like a funny like. I know she likes elves. I know there's like a big like collection of all the fantasy elves she enjoys a lot. I know I've seen that a couple of times. I forget if she has like a specific dude type or not. It's also funny where it's just like the idea of just like someone having a crush on Jason Statham as like a manga artist is really funny. I don't know. Like I greatly enjoy when like someone from outside the U.S. or I guess I don't know. Jason Statham's not really like a U.S. guy, but like you know, I greatly enjoy when there's that kind of like having like a funny little celebrity moment like that. It's like so much. So this brush is like fucking up, which is a shame because I think this is like one of my like newer workforce. Not newer, it's like newer, but let's see what I got in like my brush collection. Got this one as a size 0, which would last me a decent amount. This one's also a size 2. This is a Rosemary and Company Red Sable. Let's see if this one holds up. I got like a decent amount of brushes that I think are still probably fine that I just don't utilize nearly as much as I should. Black Clover Home. What's that? Like, well, I mean, I know vaguely what Black Clover is. Yeah, I really want to watch. It's the weirdest thing. I've been like really wanting to watch anime, and I just haven't yet. Maybe I'll do some after. Like I did get a bunch of Angelic Layer stuff. Oh yeah, the fucking the Yeti guy. Oh god, just chewing on that can. I guess like a bottle or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm due. I've been feeling. it's the weirdest thing. I've been feeling nostalgic about watching anime, but I just haven't watched anime in a while, and it's so weird because like why? Why this particular combination of emotions? Why? Oh God, I hate that. I hate that whole genre of like, oh, you are in a world of power, but you guy has anti-power, and it's like it's been around forever. The fucking like the plot of like I believe Unlimited Saga 2 straight up is like that one was at least kind of fun, where it was like basically in that universe, people have magic, and that's just kind of like an inherent thing. But the main character doesn't. But like his special power in that is that like he uses steel weapons. Not that other people can't. It's just that for like usually like iron will fuck with magic, so a lot of people don't, or they're trying to find like kind of more like mystical weapons, and that's his kind of like way around that. I'm like that was kind of fun. I don't know. Whenever it's like I use power to negate your power, which my cool ultra negate power, I'm just like, oh fuck off. I check out incredibly hard for like negation based power, stuff like that. I think it's like that, and then like, oh yeah, no, I'm like level 99 badass or whatever. God, I hate. It's funny because back in the day, I really liked what's it called? I really liked Order of the Stick and everybody having stats and access to that, and I was like, that was fun. But then, like, when that became, like, an anime trope, I'm like, oh, please, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. Isekai and mecha anime ecchi, too. I mean, those are all solid choices. I'm not the biggest Isekai fan, but, do what you gotta do. That's like, kind of splotchy. I wonder if it's, like... I hit that around there a little bit, bring a bit of brightness back. Order the Stick is still fucks with me that it's still going. Like I understand that's his like, this is his job now. Like that's a consistent source of income. But like it's like, man, like Order the Stick is so old that it basically outlived its like general collection of like it basically outlived the relevancy of like webcomics. Like, not that, like, like, now most things that are webcomic-y kind of do better on, like, webtoons or whatever, but, like, Order Stick was sort of in that pantheon of, like, webcomics that did pretty well for themselves. And, like, you don't really see a lot of people, like, the VG Cats guy has gone through the shit. I assume Control-Alt-Delete's still around. I guess. Maybe. But, yeah, it's been interesting seeing that, like, he's still chugging. And it's like, would I mean, they really would, because, yeah, that's, like, arguably, it's really funny because, like, I guess technically fifth edition is now 2 editions, because they did there's, like, 5th edition 2014 and, like, 5th edition, like, 2024 or 2020, whatever. So that's inherently just a bit of weirdness, too, where it's, like, effectively, Order Stick is, like, technically 3 editions behind. We'll say 2.5. Just for fairness sake. Order Stick is 2.5 editions behind. And that is like decades ago. It's just kind of crazy how that's just kind of like worked out, I guess. I think his shoulder pad's got like a lot more bone growth that I just need to sort of like blend into. But it's like I have to imagine that like the newer fans of D&D don't understand what like touch AC is. Which fair, honestly, it's not like that was like the bestest mechanic ever, but it's still gonna be very, very strange, Yeah, same. I read it in like high school, and then didn't really read it much in college because I was reading Homestuck. And then I just haven't really kept up with it. And I'm like, would I enjoy going back and reading all of it? I don't know. I think about that. Like, is it better to keep the lingering memory of Order the Stick in my brain kind of untarnished, or should I go back and try to finish it? It's like, there's probably some elements that I'll remember. Yeah, Like I don't miss that level of crunch, but like it just probably does have to be pretty weird though. I don't know. I continue to be pretty like off. Like once again, I live in a really weird spot where like I am a mini painting VTuber, but I'm not brand loyal to 40K. I like TRPGs, but I don't like 5th edition. Like everything that I generally enjoy is kind of like the like more I wouldn't really say contrarian. I don't want to be contrarian. If D&D was still good, I'd probably enjoy it more. Like if it wasn't just kind of like a weird hollow shell ran by a skeleton crew that mostly exists to shit out adventures, and those adventures just kind of mean that like nobody knows how to DM anymore, and that just creates like a DM shortage. Oh, though speaking about TRPGs, I mean, besides like, you know, I still want to, I'll be running some of the, ideally after my move. I was in my local used bookstore, and they had some copies of Delta Green really cheap. So I picked up the Agent's Handbook, and I think the Handler's Guide, basically like the 2 core books. They had some expansion books and stuff like that. I think mostly these were like kind of like more pre-made adventure kind of dealios. I was like, oh, that'd be cool. That'd be neat. I've heard neat things about Delta Green for years, and like maybe after I get that Call of Cthulhu kind of like mini campaign out of the way, I might look into that a bit more. Oh god, I can feel my voice getting scratchier. Oh fuck. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I went to work the next day post pirate stream, so yeah, all right. I think I just need to drink more. Okay, that's actually like kind of neat actually. Okay. I guess I never really considered the idea that he might be crutching on those system jokes. So yeah, I guess when forced to do without, that probably changes how that goes. Interesting. I think there's like a couple things I want to get to first, but I will if I ever feel the urge again. One thing I was thinking about there, speaking about like older webcomics. Does anyone remember a webcomic called Rice Boy? Like I remember Rice Boy was kind of like the first like this is not like, it was a webcomic about like sort of this guy's like kind of OC fantasy setting. And I remember it being really, 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 really cool. And I did enjoy it. And I remember because like that was sort of the first webcomic I read where I was like, oh, this isn't like a webcomic. That sounds dumb, but hear me out. Where it's like, you know, webcomics were like Order to Stick and VG Cats. They were like kind of like little goofy one-off things. Like reading Rice Boy was like, oh, this is like a legitimate comic that just happens to be hosted online. I remember he did another series called Vatu that has been sort of, I believe Vatu has been running pretty much as long as like, for like, I think like well over a decade at this point. And I think it's still going, and I'm like, fuck, that might also be a good one to catch up on. Cause like it's like he does like it's hard to explain. It's like its own fantasy setting, but like in a way that like doesn't feel derivative. It's got its own shit going on. Yeah, there was yeah, there was definitely one that was in between. I forget exactly what that was. I know I read it. Oh, I think it was like a glass fairy bottle lady. That might have also been in Vatu. I might be misremembering that. But I vaguely recall that there was like a glass bottle lady. Oh, I do. Yeah, you don't really see like Explosive Rune joke. I guess Explosive Rune still exists, but I guess it's not really like the same kind of meme it was anymore. But that's just also kind of in the same way that like Monty Python doesn't really have the nerd cultural capita as it used to. Which I'm okay with. I like Monty Python, but I do also remember that was like, hey, Monty Python? Monty Python? Joke? Huh? Monty Python? What? Nitsu say ni? Huh? What? Like, that's it? It's like, okay. Now I can kind of just enjoy as its own thing, which is good. You like me some good Explosive Runes. Oh. Now for something completely different. What I really want to do is I've watched all the kind of the movies ages ago, but I would like to like rewatch Life of Brian now that I'm like an adult and can maybe understand some things. Like I don't think like Holy Grail is going to change much with my newfound like cognition. But I think Life of Brian could be interesting though. So how you doing, a bubonic plague? How you doing? I'm doing some word bears today, but appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. I do some Nurgle stuff every now and then. Like I got I got these chuckle fucks that are still like very, very close. They're like very, very close. They all need like enamel washes and some like a couple of color touch-ups. Like this guy's got like a little bit of like metal on the wooden pole. These are my they're going to be my fantasy dudes. Got 2 sorcerers and a chaos lord because yeah, why not? Sippy. I'm trying to get all the tongues. Get a second. Like, go ahead and do that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think I would have gotten a lot of the Latin jokes at the time. Like, I think the only thing I retain from that is like, always look on the bright side of life. Da, 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 da. But that's like one of those things that I probably re-remembered just because like I decided to look up the music video version of that when it was just kind of separate from the movie. That can happen sometimes too, where it's like you just like see a little part out of its original context, and that kind of reinforces the like that in your brain. Little tongue. This guy's face is like a whole bunch of cables and stuff. Like some of the Chaos Space Marine heads are kind of interesting because they got like effectively like the face has like trim on it, but also kind of like trim that goes into the faceplate. So that'll be interesting to see how that works out. These guys are like, sometimes I'll paint a model and be like, oh, they're nearly done. These guys are like, oh, these guys got so much to go. I like the way they're looking though. I will say that. Grand Company with thousands of Iron Warriors or Alpha Legion Warp. I mean, I think a lot of that you could do is like definitely like maybe make the bases especially look like actually kind of like warpy. Like I saw someone do like a scheme that I'm gonna do for my 13th Company Space Wolves where it's like the scheme is kind of like purple, like kind of like purple dirt, which sounds pretty. You're like is that it? Like I think that's still like a nice thing because like you don't see like purple dirt bases a lot, so it kind of leads to like, oh yeah, this is like an Eye of Terror Demon World thing. Maybe put some chaos spikes on there. I did 3D print a bunch of chaos spikes for that reason. Oh my! I was using this like darker color. I mean, even if they're loyalists, even if they're loyalists, you could still do like, you know, if they're trapped in the warp, you could still kind of give them like the warp faces and whatnot. Or just like, I'll especially just like do kind of what the 13th Company stuff, just like mix in some Chaos Space Marine bits. It depends if you're going for the idea that they were like one of those legions that did a lot of looting or not. Some of them did. Like 13th Company Space Wolves definitely did, but it depends if you want that to be like visually like on your dudes. And I'm adding a little bit. This is like dark, kind of purple red into like basically wherever there's like a mouth. Put in there too. I should have probably did that before I did the tongue, but it's not the biggest deal. Not the biggest deal. Especially because I could always like touch up the mouth color again. The guy's got like a really, really tiny, shitty mouth on his power fist. Got a mouth anywhere else, my guy? I do really like how these guys are turning out. They're gonna need like so much more work. I also could maybe even do like a little bit of like in these like deeper pits. It's tricky because like I don't know like if like the magical light will hit this at any time. I just kind of go in and just sort of treat it like these are like weird gaping maws. Like get like a little bit in there. Because if I just see a deep enough hole, I could just stick my brush in there with enough of this kind of like evil red, purplish. Like that goes like really deep into there. How you doing, Muckrin? How you doing? I'm doing sort of like my last big painting stream before I start my move stuff. So I was like, well, these guys are just like on my desk. I might as well. I guess I could do that around my edges too. Kind of blend that. That's actually been something I've been seeing people do. Like I need to, like kind of doing that, like actively kind of like blending colors a bit more. Get a little wet, kind of like swoosh it around a bit. Something kind of like that. Maybe dab off a little bit of the excess. Let's go. Wet blending is really, really good. I need. There's like a lot of those techniques I need to get like way better at myself, but there's like a lot of potential for stuff there. God, he really has. Oh no, I don't mean it's oh no, cables are fucking annoying. Especially for like heavy weapons or anything that has like real hard to reach cables are fucking the worst. So yeah, no, I don't think it's like a hot take or anything. I think that's like, well, we're all suffering together. Oh, I should also do it down there. Yeah, exactly. There's also a way like I see like more and more people are kind of switching to oil paints for minis because you do get like really good. You can get some really good oil paint results like pretty easily. Like I've been looking like once again I've been looking more of the fucking Grimdark Compendium tutorials just because like I subscribed to their membership on YouTube just so I could see their shit. They got some cool stuff on there. And it's like, yeah, using like enamels and while they're still dry, kind of taking a little bit of oils and kind of blending them and stuff like that. Or it's like, that's real good. Though I think it's like one of those things. It's like I probably do need to do more like wet blending because I think that kind of like matches my painting style a bit more. I also realize I don't have nearly as many washes as I used to. Like I think that would be another fun thing to fuck around with. You're doing good. The head is relatively put together. A little bit of scuff on the tips over there. Like, maybe at one point I actually started silver on these guys, and I just now start switching to gunmetal for the various bits. Yeah, that's another one of those things. I'm like, well, like I could read all that Order to Stick, or I could read like various other comics and manga that I'd probably get more out of. Maybe I'll wait to the day that like John Order to Stick is like, I'm done. Order to Stick is finished. There will be no more. And maybe that's when I go like, okay, now I'll give it a go, you know? Rich Burfew, thank you. I forget everyone's names, to be fair though. There's very few like writers and guys I actually remember. Yeah, that's like I knew a guy who did that too. Like it's one of those things that like if you're like genuinely really skilled, you can basically use whatever paint. Like you can thin those out and make it work. But I remember that there was a friend of mine who was like really insistent that he could use craft paints on his War Machine guys, and they were very thick. Like I think that's why like besides like people like using like enamels, but like not like enamel washes, but like just thick enamel paints for their early Warhammer guys. I think another thing that kind of led to a lot of like, oh god, thin your paints kind of things, or just people just raw dogging craft paints and be like, it's fine, it's paint is paint. Why do I need to pay $5 for this tiny little bottle when I can pay $2 for this apple barrel bottle? And then you see the end results. And like, once again, I think if you know what you're doing, you can, but if you don't know what you're doing, for the love of God, just buy some Army Painter paints. I swear, they'll be fine. It'll be worth it. The minuscule investment will be worth it. I'll check the Patreon. Oh, that's right. Oh god, yeah, I guess he does. I guess Patreon would make sense to like keep that lifestyle going, you know? Yeah, I guess you at that point, yeah, you probably have to Patreon to keep that like live. Yeah, I think people were trying like train paints, especially. I also will say back then supply stuff was like, okay, did you get Citadel paints? No. I guess there are these enamels that are meant for like the thickest of leads or whatever. So okay. Like sometimes that might have been like a legit supply issue. But yeah, I think a lot of those these were for like model planes and stuff. And like some of those paints are good, but also a lot of those paints are meant to be applied via like an airbrush or something like that. So you're just kind of inviting sadness upon yourself. Why is this back part still wet? What the fuck? It's shiny. What? Yeah, and like I was lucky that like, you know, by the time I got into the hobby, like using. Unfortunately, it's funny because like even though that like my local store was like, yeah, you should definitely switch to don't play 40K, play War Machine. It's a much better game. We just didn't get the Privateer Press paints, which is a shame because I keep hearing they're really good. I keep hearing that the P3 paints are really, really nice. Oh yeah, the cleanup's much better. You don't like suck on fumes all day. There's a lot of benefits to acrylics. Though I do think that like I do like that people are experimenting with enamels and like oil paints more, because oil paints do let you do some really cool shit, especially with like blending and whatnot. Like acrylic paints, you kind of got to trick them into being blendable, as opposed to like oils, which stay blendable for a while. Yeah, they really do. That was something that really struck me odd, because I was like, Privateer Press is an American company. That was kind of the big thing, to the point that like I remember the models used to be a bitch to get in the UK. But it always seemed like P3 paints were never available in the States. They're only available overseas. And then they did the Kickstarter for them, and they seem to be shipped from the UK. So I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, I would like to try their paints, but I think at this point it's too late. It's like, I have all the paints I really need from all the brands I really need. Oh, the reason, Chris, is, so YouTube copy protection fucking sucks. And like, I don't really play like radio top hits, but I really don't want to anger the copyright striking gods. Twitch has a feature that you can actually have separate audio tracks for the VOD and then for the actual stream. And typically the VOD is what's really kind of scrutinized for like copyright strikes. So like once the actual stream gets archived on Twitch, it'll have no background music. Right now, the ephemeralness of my stream, they're getting audio, and YouTube, I have to do the same loop. I wish there was another way. I wish there was a way I could like get away from that. But like that's just kind of how it is. And like the guy who does the BGM that I loop on YouTube, that's like one of those like royalty free. You can like just put my name on there and like credit it appropriately, and you can use that. So it's just kind of what I need to do. I'm sorry, but just it sounds like you're understanding, which is good. Which is good. Gotham. See, that sounds like a good idea, because like there's like a bunch of like things I want to like get through that I think would probably benefit from that mindset. It's just kind of fun to just be like, yeah, I need to get real active about watching stuff. But I mean, yeah, legitimately. Oh. Let's see. What are we doing on this, guys? Basically trying to get like these last couple, like, I definitely need to like touch up some of the claws and stuff. These are definitely models that are sort of way more meant for like that, like zoom super duper in and see how far, like zoom super duper in and get all the little bits. I'm still okay. I'm still okay with this. I'm still very happy with the progress I've gotten today. These are definitely not tabletop. I guess by the definition of like, you're gonna go play in a tournament, these are tabletop ready, but you know. Play only classical music. That's tricky though, because like here's the thing. You're like, oh, classical music can't be copyright stricken, but it can be. Like, you know, like you can't necessarily copyright like a Beethoven, but like a certain performance of a Beethoven song could be copyright struck from like a certain kind of orchestra or whatever. Yeah, no, same. I wish I was like more immune to doom scrolling. It's really easy for me just to get caught into that. So yeah, I would, because I think I mentioned this, and this is something that like I mentioned this because I'm guilty of it. I'm trying to get better. It's like straight up like when I doom scroll, I get nothing out of it. But like even if I watch like the shittiest anime of all time, there's like still something there. There's some takeaway that like changes my life or means I can bring fun info back to you nerds. That kind of thing. Oh, see, I'm lucky that like I will say luckily I'm not like big on the YouTube shorts or my vice is Twitter, which sounds horrible, and it is, but there's like, it is very easy just to be like, oh, you know, just like, I'm an old man. I feel like having a quick lay down on the bed, and I'm like, well, you know, I just need to spend like 5 minutes, and then it's like, this is like an hour, not an hour, maybe like a half an hour, but like still not great, you know? It's very, very easy for me to fall into that. because like unfortunately the Twitter algorithm is both like really bad in terms of like I want people to see my stuff, but also really good where it's like here's a bunch of just like funny images and whatnot to keep you interested, you know? Yeah, I keep hearing that Tumblr is a very interesting like paradise website these days, which I have not checked on myself, but I could potentially. I think it'd be nice just to have like an archive of just like an easier to find archive of my minis. Don't let them lie to you. Okay, I see. How you doing, Angel? How you doing? Welcome. I'll take your word for it. I'm my knowledge of Changeling has definitely lapsed after like I was reading up on it when I was wanting to do a Changeling campaign, and that just kind of fell apart. So a lot of that Changeling knowledge just kind of fell out of my brain. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of flesh in that armpit. Don't let them lie to you. Yeah, I can see that too. Sometimes I will if I have like this is gonna sound like the cheesiest thing ever. If I have like a really good like message interaction with someone, I will go back and like reread it a couple times because it makes me feel good. I'm like, yay, this is very fun. And it's like it's the dorkiest shit ever where it's like, oh, look at this guy reading a Discord message like 3 times, but real and true. But yeah, no, for me, the issue is it's super easy just to kind of fall into that. And it's like, well, that's time that's just gone now. I don't get anything about that. At least for me, if I like go on Instagram, I see like cool minis and tutorials and stuff. So Instagram can at least be productive, but I don't even like, but because of that, it's not even activating the same, just like effortless, just like algorithmic, just like coma, more or less. It's kind of amazing that Tumblr is still alive based on just like how badly it's been run over the years. Like it's kind of fascinating. I got reminded about that. Like I don't remember when this was, but apparently ages ago they were like, one day Tumblr will be the new PDF, which is like if that's such an insane statement. Like everything about that is just strange. Like it's just like it's just like out of touch and just like weird, and it's like how do you not know? Like I guess some of it might just be just kind of like inherent, like the like I own a website, I think it's really cool, and I need to convince people to like invest money into it. But it's like, oh god, oh yeah, I can't. That's the thing that ironically keeps me off Discord. So there are big model painting communities like the official ones for Trench Crusade, Turnip, like the In Rust We Trust Discord, which is just kind of where like the mini painting freaks hang out. And like those are all cool, but it's like Discord moves too fast for me. It does, and I want to be caught up, and I know I can't, and that doesn't stop the urging to be like that, you know. And it's like whoa, fuck! I gotta read up again so I could like get up to date on where this conversation's at, and that's like impossible. That's like straight up impossible. That doesn't work, you know. Oh, it really has. I used to be a big TG guy, which is going to surprise legitimately no one, and it just got too depressing. It just got really fucking depressing. Yeah. It's probably I'm torn. I am curious, but like, okay, if you can fit within like a single post, yes. If you can fit that explanation in a single post, I am curious. But if it is like multiple posts that were required, maybe just link an article or something like that for me to check out later. There we go. Makes sense to to a crazy person. Oh, okay, that's fun then. I love crazy person rationale. But yeah, no, I had to get off TG because like I do this every now and then where I find out a place that I like to hang out has just become like nothing bums me out more than hanging out with bitter fucks. And it's very common on the internet. A lot of places I like to hang out eventually sometimes get consumed by bitter fucks. And I just have to like get out of there. Because like surrounding yourself with like bitter like people just drain your soul. It's just the fucking worst. Like, and I know that, you know, I know our society kind of leads to that where it's like, oh, the thing I love is bad. I'm just gonna like stew on that hatred forever. And fair, I guess, like conceptually fair, but it's like, it's just like, oh, Oh, it's like you just don't enjoy anything now, and you're trying to like sometimes like especially like VTubing has been like that. I've been in places that talk about VTubers that are like they used to like VTubers and now a VTuber would be like, I ate toast this morning, and they're like, oh, I hate this person forever. I'm like, what? Why are you following this person then? I don't understand it. Now that's fair, Chris. That's fair. The back-end blog website that. Huh. So if I'm trying to understand the logic, the idea is that like you would have Twitter for your like, you know, your little quick like I ate breakfast this morning, but then for the actual real blog, you would just like effectively everyone would need to maintain a Tumblr. I guess. Or if they mean that you could post a Twitter message that would also get posted to like, I mean, a Tumblr message that could be posted to it's still very strange though. That's still a weird statement. That is still very bizarre. I get what you mean. Where like I can like if I tried to follow the crazy person logic, I can arrive at a destination. Very, very, very weird though. Let me get another drink. I'm very glad that like. Once again, I still have a bit of a scratchy throat from this morning, but I'm very glad that it's not like actively fucking up my streaming, or at least as far as I can tell. I don't know. Maybe nerds like that. They're like, ooh, scratchy towel. Wow. Wow. But yeah, no, I remember because I was invited by friends to join Tumblr, and I used it for a while. It wasn't too bad. Like I think that all the shit Tumblr gets is both justified, but also you could easily dodge it. Huh? Wait, what? Oh God! They wanted to be WordPress. Oh fuck! Okay. Huh? That is. Huh. That is crazy. That doesn't... I don't think that could have ever worked. Holy shit. Like, Twitter wasn't necessarily... I mean, Tumblr wasn't actually, like, ran great as a website. Like, just, like, mechanically. But, like... Oh, okay. Interesting. This guy's, like... Like, I keep doing this, and every now and then I'll see, like, a little bit where, like, like, I started with trim, and I continue with trim. It's just trim all the way down, really. It's like some of the angles on here. Yeah, okay. I got pretty close, though, but it's, like, usually it's, like, these little, like, the little nubbins. Where it's, like, I got, like, an okay amount of nubbin coverage, but I need to go back and, like, really, really get it. I can kind of see why some people do a thing where you like I could see the kind of like metallic candy style Marines, where it's like what you do is you like you just basically do the entire thing in metal and you use like a speed paint to paint like the shoulders and stuff. Yeah, it definitely feels like that kind of reads to me. And I know Tumblr was like always hemorrhaging money. Oh shit, we ran out of Neil. Unfortunately, it's not like quite like a full 4 hours. It's pretty close. There we go. Where it's like I could definitely see somebody like, no. Tumblr makes money. We're gonna be the new PDF back into the internet. Wow, like especially when you're like because like they originally sold it to like also Chris, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Like, I could definitely see that if you're trying to, like, pitch that to, like back when they pitched it to, like, Verizon or whatever. Where it's like, okay. We need to explain how this website that's mostly filled with nerds that actively hate advertising is actually going to be a super profitable business venture, you guys. You guys, it's going to be super profitable. Just you know, once we are the PDF of the internet, money will happen. You know, like that kind of makes sense, you know? Yeah, Yahoo. God, It's just it's even more funny just dating like the fact that like Yahoo did that. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I've been working with these lads. I mean, you could totally do that. The like these are like kind of based on the generic ones, but like I think you could definitely do like, you know, like specific God-aligned demon possession stuff. I think that'd be potentially neat. New tainted grail mentor. Hey, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, very much at that question mark part on the underpants gnomes chart for sure. Absolutely for sure. Need to like boost that up. I think one thing I might want to test though. It's also funny because like Blue Sky's kind of doing something similar, where it's like the thing is like I don't think Blue Sky meant to be the website that Blue Sky became. Where it was like, so like right now Blue Sky is sort of alternative to like Twitter. It's definitely got like a lot of specific types of nerds, but also like unfortunately a lot of them are just like, you know, the kind of stereotypical person that just spends all their day raving about that, like there's a Cheeto in the White House, and you're like, oh god, you're annoying. But like those people definitely are on there. Overall it's like a pretty, I enjoy my time on there. But like you could, yeah, god, but like you could definitely tell that like the people who made it definitely did not want that. They did not want that audience. They did not want that fan base. So it's really funny because I see in the people who actively run that website a lot of the behaviors that led to Tumblr being Tumblr. So this is that murder scene paint that I used previously, but I added a little bit of a medium, of just like a matte medium to kind of like thin it out a bit. So I'm gonna try a thing. I can kind of just go into like little recesses and stuff like that. I'm basically testing the idea of like kind of turning a lot of these like speed paints into more like sort of targeted wash dealios, I guess. But the problem is I kind of liked it when it was more actually like not removed though. I think this does look pretty nice. I would even argue necessarily keyboard warriors. It's hard to explain. I understand. So like for me, I typically don't get myself involved into politics online because I feel like it just leads to misery and sadness. But like there are people that do, and like a lot of those people are on Blue Sky, unfortunately. Like so, and like sometimes, like I understand this, like that's your little spot on the internet, and you're allowed to like vent and do what you want, you know. But like sometimes for me, it's really easy to like find someone who does like a cool mini, and then I check their Blue Sky, and it's just like political raving for like, you know, like 8 million posts. So it's like, yeah, definitely it's like every website, you got to curate your experience, but it's like at the end of the day, you could really tell that, like, I think that the Blue Sky people did not want that audience. They just wanted, I think they were just hoping that eventually Twitter would implode and they would be standing there like the messiahs that they wish they could be. And just, they would just sort of collect all the fallen warriors of Twitter would just kind of go there and be like, oh, we've been waiting for you, Blue Sky. They also wanted money, yeah, and once again, like, this is always something that's really tricky because I think a lot of things that are cool on the internet necessary for like culture and creativity and stuff just don't inherently make money. And it's for a lot of people that are like really money focused, it's kind of hard to like, you know, handle that. Where it's like, oh yeah, having like a cool place for people to share things doesn't generate like money, but they're important parts of the online ecosystem. So I might just do this, maybe just re-dry brush some of the original tone. That'd be fun. And yeah, I guess I can understand that, like, yeah, like at the end of the day, like, you know, business and stuff like that. Yeah, or even just like, God, fucking ads too. Like, I hate how much browsing ads on a regular website actually just fucking suck. Like, I'll just try to look up like an article for a thing, and the ads are just absolutely fucking nightmarish. Fucking worst. So actually using this like medium thinned murder scene is actually really, really nice. Oh. I think you're pretty hungry. Ah, big stretchy. Ah. There we go, there we go. Non-money money. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that, yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't want Blue Sky to implode. I hope it doesn't. Because like I've kind of given up for the fact that I think on Twitter I'm like functionally shadow banned. And it's like you know, it's really hard for like anyone to see any of my things because of that. And like I don't have to deal with that on Blue Sky. And I think that's nice. Like for me, that is a cool enough feature just to like people will actually like the hashtags fucking work there. I love that I can post a mini with like turnip28 as the hashtag and people will find it. I don't have to do like layers of trickery to make that work. It's so nice. It's so fucking nice. I love it when a feature works as it's supposed to. It's so good. Man, this is looking real baller too. That's what I'm talking about where it's like, I feel like there's some like the speed paint things I've just kind of like not really got super used to. And run Google. Yeah, it's really true. I think at this point you can only really do it with like direct donations or whatever. Just like, it's very tricky for sure. I guess I might as well just hit all this with that like thin layer. Cause I probably gotta go back and also like dry brush some extra highlights and whatnot on there. Oh, nice and fleshy looking though. For sure. Yeah, I don't really get ads. I don't really get a lot of I think overall the experience is nice. I just think that like, well, as usual, you got to curate who you're following, or else like you're just gonna get just like angry ranting for 3 million hours. But even then, that's an easy fix. And like I follow a lot of cool artists and like a lot of like VTubers that kind of like moved over there and more active on there. They can just kind of be their little online weirdo self and have all their like art and stuff show. I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's nice. I like that they can just kind of just like be free and do stuff. That's fun, you know. Maybe you take it's gonna be so hard to like make dedicated not safe for work stuff online these days. That's gonna be so fucking annoying. Where it's like people like not safe for work stuff, but then like it's that one like thing that like I consent this. There's someone you forgot to ask and it's just fucking PayPal. It's just really fucking like PayPal at the end of the day. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I still find some, but once again, I don't think I find them on Twitter. Or if I do, it's because it's just through like word of mouth. I think word of mouth is still like potentially. It's still very powerful. I think word of mouth still does a lot of heavy lifting in our society, which has been nice. I mean, I guess it's also bad too if you don't get that, but like, you know, it does seem to still kind of sort of work. I need to get these motherfuckers on bases too. The fact that I guess I'll just like blue tack them and stick them on bases, so that'll be fine. Hey, I mean, that's legitimately a very noble thing to do, you know. Like I appreciate that you're the word of mouth spreader. I think the world needs more of that. That's kind of legitimately one of the reasons I like streaming, and like I don't mind talking about other I know some VTubers get like really antsy when other VTubers are mentioned. I'm like, no, I like VTubing. I like VTubing and VTubers and people doing their own shit. I like when people are online being fun little weirdos. So like, yeah, you know, it's fun to talk about. I think the only thing I just dislike is that like, hey, I'm watching another VTuber right now. Like, okay, that you know, that's a little rude, but otherwise, you know, nice to be here. Fuck yeah. A lot of people, I actually do get a decent amount of people that are like, hey, I found out my friend likes painting minis, so I send them your way. I'm like, oh shit, hello, hello, online person. Mix up a new batch. I don't like it too deep though. There we go. See how that's looking? That's a bit dry now. I also wonder. I see like the idea of like wiping off the edges. I think if I want to bring that back up a little, I think I just need to do like a dry brush highlight. There we go. I think it's like, no, fuck it. I'm gonna get a little bit more. Where's my murder scene paint? I cannot find in like 3 seconds on screen. One. 2, 3. I'd be screaming. There we go. All right, we good. We good. 4 phrases. Oh god, yeah, god, fucking. It is really funny because like the idea that dead internet theory was like a kind of like crackpot theory that became real. Hey, there we go. The one benefit of doom scrolling, you get to see me. No, it's I appreciate that the algorithmic gods led you here, but like I can understand needing to cut back on that shit. Let's go. Yeah, let's get this guy. I want to at least get that like thinned out murder scene on all the various bits of just like his like general torso fleshy area. Also go back from the cracks later and just add like another little layer of it. Again, he's got so much like that's again. These parts were like I forget exactly what these parts were from, but I definitely know that. Oh yeah, there's this arm is from like a bestiarum set that I remember. I used the torso for some stuff. I used the torso from some stuff, and I just had this like regular arm kicking around. I was like, oh yeah, this would be perfect. Hey, I mean that's also nice too. I just showed up in your life like a fucking like phantom, and like I'm here. Don't watch me paint minis. I've been listening to this song fucking for like a crazy amount. I don't know why. Like, like for some reason, just like the fucking Maria Holocaust just like hits the brain real good for me. All right, got that, and I got that, and I think we're good. Oh, let me get hand. Get hand on this. Yeah, I do a lot of like. YouTube sometimes is really kind with the algo pulls. Also, that's why I also upload shorts too, just because, like, you know, I want people to see my shit. It's fine. All right. I think that's cool too to have like different, you know, everyone's got their own niches. And with that, yeah, let's go to the not really a schedule. Oh fuck, you guys are gone. We'll go to free. No. All right. Well, we'll go to the schedule. So, as a warning. I will not be streaming next week and maybe the week after. I'm like accelerating my move. I got a decent amount of stuff moved over, but like I need to do like the big move proper. So that's going to happen. Ideally, it shouldn't take me longer than 2 weeks, but you never know. If you want updates on the move, also I might be doing guerrilla movie watching. So if you're in the Discord, I will very likely ping the movie thing if I feel like if I'm doing a movie, especially during that like when I'm testing out my internet or like when I switch over. I think that's gonna be good. But yeah, that's a thing that I'm gonna be doing. And yeah, how you doing, Pulse? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, you missed out on a house stream for like 2 weeks. No, I'll be back. I want to be back, and I wish to be back, and it's gonna drive me fucking nuts in the meantime because this is just a big part of my life now. But yeah, it'd be like that. But yeah, everyone on the YouTube side, I will see you in a while. Bye, YouTube people. Bye bye. Let's get the raid message on.